All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. We are back in the building. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Chiming in. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Yes, Sirski. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Shout outs to everybody over on YouTube. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God on the check in. Shout outs to Big Cap on the check in. What's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. Chris G in the place to be as always. You did. And shout outs to everybody in the building. Ooh, my bad, y'all. Shout outs to everybody in the building that has yet to chime in. Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. Last 24 hours has been wild, man. Um Also, too, we lost another star, but she passed away a little bit earlier. A lot of y'all might not remember her, but if you were younger, you probably did. Back in the day, she used to do a lot of interviews and stuff like that. Her name was Ananda Lewis. Know, baddie. Super baddie. Um, Used to do a lot of interviews and stuff. Back in the day. And I used to get her mixed up with A. Marie a little bit. That's how bad she is, man. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Please hit the like button on the way in, and please hit the Cash app. Hit the PayPal. Lord have mercy. Pick up one thing and you drop another. Give me 1 second. I gotta pick up this metal phone case holder. Hold on, y'all. So yeah, um, she lost her, very beautiful sister. One of the, in journalism. All right, I know we should be back. Yeah, one of the pioneers in journalism. Battle with cancer. She had breast cancer. Damn. Yeah, she had breast cancer and lost her battle with breast cancer. Wow. So I urge you guys, to be safe out here. And definitely try to take care of yourself. This is why I promote hempforfitness.com. Definitely help you guys. Not just with your workout regimen, but also with your sleeping patterns, eating patterns, and to basically train hard and recover clean. You know, so absolutely head over to hempforfitness.com. That's pinned in the top of the chat. Fuel your recovery naturally. And tap into hemp strength. There's things out there that's healing people, and I'm not gonna say don't self medicate, but there's people that have already you know have figured all of that stuff out for you guys. So sometimes it's good to start early so that it doesn't certain things don't catch up on you. Some people don't realize that they have cancer until they later in. So rest in peace to the young sister. That definitely innovated. You know, Journalism game. A lot of people don't get their credit. What's going on, new? Shout outs to Cynical One in the building. Good to see you. Shout outs to the Cynical One. Shout outs to everybody here. Just catching back up. Y'all know I've been behind all month on everything. And man, July is already up out of here, man. You know, July's already up out of here. You know, summer's over, damn near. You know, we got a lot of game to get into on today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the Cash App. Hold on. Next minute you look up, man, summer gonna be over. Give me 2 minutes. It's Player Talk Radio. That's right. I had to check on something real quick. Thank you guys for being here. Please tap the like button. Please support the show. As always, every time we go live, we support you guys. All right. So look, some of stuff is going on. We're losing a lot of people. So much stuff is going on in the dating game. So much stuff is going on in politics. So much stuff is going on just in the world today. I wanted to cover this story a couple of days ago, but I was doing some testing, and I took the night off. But it was a young brother. I keep forgetting his name, and they're real vague about it, but they're probably going to say it at some point because we're going to go over this video. But there's a brother that, you know, he got straight up sucker punched, man, by the police. One of the last shows we did, it was crazy because, we be talking about something while it's happening, or I be talking about something while it's happening. But what I mean is that we'll be here running a whole show and we'll be talking about something while it's happening. You know, I remember leaving off one of the shows recently. You know, I was making a joke to War Master because a minute ago, me and War Master were talking about the police and your rights and stuff, and War Master, we were talking about a lot of stuff. We get to talking about firearms, and we find out who's a gunaholic and stuff, and just basic laws and rights and stuff like that, and politics and stuff. And War Master did a great breakdown of your laws, of the laws and your rights and what you're entitled to. Should you speak to the police and stuff like that? Real cool stuff. And I had a joke because War Master was, we were just talking about a regular stop, and War Master yelled, he was he was talking about just some of the antics and stuff that cops do to people that violates their rights. And we were talking about the flashlight. How cops will put that flashlight in your face, to intimidate you. And War Master was like, it was funny. He was like, "Hey, get that flashlight out of my face." And I was laughing because that's basically escalating it. That's basically escalating. The
That day, I just
no,
really wanted to know.
we're gonna get into this. This is basically escalating the situation, or could be looked at as escalating the situation. But I made that joke about that incident. Not that incident, but I made a joke to War Master about that before I went off air. And lo and behold, in Jacksonville, you got a black man getting sucker punched by a police officer looking dead at him, after they broke his window. So we'll look at the footage. We'll go over the footage, and we'll go over a couple of people, including the lead attorney. I think I saw Nathan Daly and a couple of other people that was breaking down this footage, but basically I saw a little bit of it, and I saw that the brother, he couldn't really let his window down or whatever, and he had to open his door because I guess his window was broken. And the police kind of, they escalated it, beyond the point where it should be. They escalated the hell out of this situation. And I don't remember his teeth being fucked up, but his teeth is fucked up. His tooth is probably from that incident. A couple of people I heard, they they were standing outside the courtroom, and I heard they were going, they wasn't going to stand for it. Now I heard that the police officers, y'all know what happens when they investigate themselves. Oh, I found that I did nothing wrong. So I found that the police officers, damn, my screen fucking up. I found the police officers, they have been tasked to investigate themselves, and as you can see, they felt that they did nothing wrong. So I don't know if they got prosecuted. One of the police officers, I think the one that punched him in the face, he was, what's going on, Vader? Good to see you guys. Happy Saturday to everybody. It is the weekend. But yeah, one of the police officers, he was caught up in a couple of incidents, and they didn't fire him. Then there was a black man. Shout outs to D-Mac the trucker in the building. Good to see you guys, man. Welcome to the show. Come on in. Please hit the like button. Yeah, and then and then I saw the black police I guess he was the captain. He up there tap dancing and doing his best to cover shit up. So this brother got straight up, and then not even. He got punched a couple more times outside of the car. But I guess it's the press conference that he did. So we're gonna take a look at this real quick.
That day, I just really wanted to know, why I was getting pulled over and why I needed to step out the car when I know I didn't do nothing wrong.
African American had the audacity to say, I deserve equal justice under the law. I deserve to be treated like a human being with all the respect that a human being is entitled to. And we can only imagine, had he not been filming that video, what the narrative would have been.
That day, I just really wanted to know.
All right. Hold on.
Footage goes viral of a black man getting pulled over by police officers. Guys, it has happened again. Now, some footage goes viral of a black man getting pulled over by police officers. One police officer decides to smash in his car window and hit him in the face, and that black man proceeds to get arrested. Now, many are screaming police brutality. This is America. This is so horrible. They're targeting a black man. And then later on, we get body cam footage that tells a drastically different story. Let's talk.
Shout outs to DM. Shout outs to Ghostman Kang in the building.
About it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, today we're going to be telling the story of 22-year-old William Anthony McNeil Jr. And before we get into that story, please like and subscribe. Now, I'm going to show you the footage that I saw online. This has been going massively viral. This video that I'm about to show you has over 200,000 likes.
Hold on, this is hard for me to see my screen. You said the cops were unjustified But you could tell that nigga was raised by a single mom. Salute, Kuda. Um, he was just trying. For what I know, he was just trying to exercise his rights, man. He said black police chief said it was justified. I think that's cap. I think that's cap. He says sorry. Hold on, I can't see my screen, y'all. Y'all please hit the like button. Please support the show. I really need to get my equipment fixed, man. I definitely need help with getting my equipment fixed. What's going on, Lord? You said sorry. I didn't name drop. I don't want no problems. It's all good. You said single mothers taking strays. Okay, I gotta look on my phone to see what you guys are saying. My screen is fucked. All right, hold on, y'all. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Hold on, y'all.
On X, and the caption says, "This is America. It's full of police brutality and racism, apparently." Let's watch the clip.
Exit the vehicle now. Exit the vehicle. Show me your hands. Here. I've already told you.
Why do you pull me over?
Step out of the vehicle.
No.
Step out of the vehicle. 25 seconds. For 9-4, the driver just slammed the door and locked it. I've already told you. Okay. Okay. Right now you're under arrest for resisting. You understand? You're under arrest for resisting. The longer you take us on, the worse it's going to be. Open the door and exit, or we are going to break the window. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting. I'm about to break the window. I'm about to break the window. All right, go for it. Exit the vehicle now. Exit the vehicle. Show me your hands. Here.
1033 at 15:21 hours.
That's the thing. When the second cop always pull up, they turn up, putting the battery in the other cop's back. This always happens.
Step out. What is your reason? Step out now. No, don't.
Now, mind y'all, this is one police officer that escalated it. He was talking to another cop that was on the other side of the window that was actually de-escalating it. But let's go. All right, they Rodney King the hell out of him. Mind you, he getting punched too and his face shoved in the ground, so.
Hands behind your back.
So there you go. He gets pulled over for a routine traffic stop, and instead of just listening and complying with the officer, he decides to go after him and be combatant and say, "Call your supervisor. What am I getting pulled over for?" When he's asked to get out of the car, he refuses to get out of the car. When the officer approaches, he then slams the door and locks the door, which as a police officer, what are you meant to expect is happening behind that door? If somebody is told to get out of their vehicle and then they choose not to get out of the vehicle, that person could have a weapon in there. Now, after police officers arrested this man, they searched his vehicle and they did find marijuana and a knife. Now, there's no evidence or at least report saying that he intended to use that knife on police officers, but my goodness, had he just listened to the police officer at the jump when he was telling him what he was pulled over for so they could have a conversation and get his license and registration, he probably would have been just fine. But instead, he decides to lock himself in his car and refuses to listen to the police officer. He even says says, I am going to break your window. He receives authorization to go ahead and break that window. He calls in for backup, and multiple other police officers arrive at this scene in order to mitigate this entire situation that's created by a driver who chose to be non-compliant. But yes, this guy gets cell phone footage of his car window getting smashed in and him getting hit in the face, and he gets to release that on the internet for all to see, and suddenly we're talking about police brutality and saying, this is America, we need to call in Childish Gambino to play that song again because the police are so racist against black men. It's absolutely ridiculous. And for the people who ran with this,
maybe she wanted, I mean, before you, this is the thing about YouTube is you got to see all the evidence. That's why I'm glad I didn't really jump on this topic, because you got to see it from all sides. Obviously, there's multiple body cam footage, but let's go.
This video and started posting and commenting and sharing without any context whatsoever. How do you feel now? If you're even seeing this, knowing that this individual was the one who was in the wrong. Now they've even gone through an investigation process, and the officer is currently going through another one now, and they have found no evidence of wrongdoing, and they're still pending on the second investigation. But of course, the sheriff in this area, which is Jacksonville, Florida, had to go ahead and address everything that's been happening and talk about this situation because of this viral out of context video. Let's watch the clip.
Social media is not reality. One video clip devoid of context can be very misleading. Given that McNeil never brought this incident to JSO's attention,
getting sucker punched in the face is unacceptable, man.
but rather pushed the cell phone camera footage that he had in his possession since March 5th out on social media, one can only assume, and I'm saying I assume, that he intended to inflame the public. The administrative process is still ongoing, and as such, I will neither defend nor commend Officer Bauer's response to resistance until all the facts are known and the investigation is completed. However, as the leader of this agency, I will not remain silent.
Yeah, he should have called the supervisor.
All important facts
Chicago
and information are buried to advance an anti-police agenda. The truth is, William McNeil Jr. was non-compliant with JSO officers within 21 seconds after he was stopped for multiple civil infractions. His non-compliance quickly rose to the level of criminal resistance to a police officer.
Yeah, the sucker punch wasn't necessary.
McNeil was arrested and pled guilty to resisting a police officer without violence. Force absolutely looks ugly. And because all force is ugly, whether or not the officer involved acted within outside JSO policy, that's still what we're investigating.
So there you go. Even though it's very clear that Anthony McNeil Jr. is the one who placed himself in this position and had the incident go as far as it went, they're still going to look into the actions of that officer to see whether or not they comply with their guidelines as police officers. And this is what happens when you have a piece of footage that you know optically is going to promote a certain narrative and you decide to run with it. You see a white officer smashing the car window of a black man and hitting that black man in the face, and you just...
I think they said, I don't know when this happens. No, I don't think this happened in February. Somebody was saying this happened at an earlier date and then they just released it, but I don't
presume that it fits your narrative that police officers are racist and they target unarmed black men. And now a black police sheriff, Sheriff Waters, has to come out and clear up this whole situation and talk about this out of context video that has now thrust him and his police department into the limelight for what reason? No reason. Just because some guy decided I was going to post this out of context video online to promote my narrative that I did nothing wrong and that the police took this too far with force and with arresting me for resisting arrest in the first place. It's absolutely ridiculous. But this seems to be the cycle that we find ourselves in on social media. People have realized that they can weaponize these out of context video to promote their own narratives and their own politics. And then people who choose not to look into the story behind what they're watching sort of feed and fuel this fire that goes on to grow and grow and grow on social media. So now here you go. You force the hand of the police department to have to release the body cam footage in this instance. And now we know that William Anthony McNeil Jr., this 22-year-old who decided not to comply with police officers, is actually the one in the wrong.
Oh, your supervisor.
Shocker. Shocker. And guys, those are my thoughts on this video. And thank goodness for body cam footage in instances where the police officers are not in the wrong and in instances where they are. Had we not had this body cam footage, this story would have gone leaps and bounds in the wrong direction, trying to prove some idea that police officers are inherently racist, that they're targeting black people, when in reality, we know that they're not. Guys, drop your thoughts in the comments down below. As always, I encourage healthy debate on this channel, so if you disagree with anything—
Oh boy. Oh, good job, guys. Good job, guys.
Guys, a lot of people are asking the $1 million question. Was this justified? Was the officer justified in this traffic stop, or was a citizen wrong? A lot of people are confused about this, you guys. Listen, I'm gonna give you all the real information that you need. I am a 13-year law enforcement veteran and an expert witness who specializes in police policy, procedures, and use of force. So listen, I'm gonna give you the one-on-one on what actually went wrong and who's at fault. And listen, my thoughts is they're both wrong. And I'm gonna give you my thoughts as we break down these videos. We're gonna start.
Absolutely. Calling a supervisor would have saved both of them from this BS.
Start off with the actual initial body cam from the officer, and then we're going to go over the actual private video that was recorded by the citizen William McNeil Jr. So buckle up, you guys, because this one's going to be interesting. All right, let's not waste any time. Let's talk about this body cam. All right.
Yeah, Florida 24 Bravo Echo Charlie Whiskey on a silver Kia. I don't know like this.
250 westbound, Commonwealth 24 Bravo Echo Charlie Whiskey.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason why you're popping the door open like that?
I don't have a window that works. Is there a reason that you're pulling me over?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why I'm pulling you over. For one thing, inclement weather, you don't have your lights on. Two things, you're not wearing your seatbelt.
It's daylight. I don't need the lights. And it's not weather. It's not raining.
Oh, this is inclement?
It's not raining.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you why I'm pulling you over. Give me your driver.
And that's another thing, too, that we talked about. When the police pull you over. And listen, it's not wrong for you to know your rights. But what they don't like, and that still kind of has nothing to do with you, is a guy that they believe to be a wise guy. There's a lot of people, and you won't be surprised. You know, people say you would be surprised. A lot of niggas will sit there and try to lecture cops on the law, and they damn near don't know the law. And a lot of and even if they do, a lot of times too, the cops don't want to sit there and listen to listen to someone that could potentially be wrong or get schooled on the law. You know, it's like it needs to be simple. As you know, they would rather it be simple. Traffic stop, check your stuff, then you get to go. They're not trying to sit there and listen to your goofy recollection of the law, if you're right or if you're wrong. You know? So already, too, I'm not going to lie, he's escalating the situation, but this is why police are taught to de-escalate the situation. But let's go.
License, registration, proof of insurance.
No, call your supervisor. Why?
Excuse me?
Call your supervisor. Why did you pull me over?
77, 35. I'm a driver. I've already told you.
Why did you pull me over?
Step out of the vehicle.
No.
Step out of the vehicle.
All right, well, let's dive right into it, you guys. A lot of people are not gonna like this. Some people are saying this is a racial encounter. The officer was racist. Listen, let's deal with the facts. What are the facts? The facts are the officer initiated a traffic stop on this vehicle, and he said these are the two violations. No headlights in inclement weather. That is a real thing in Florida. And two, no seatbelt. How he saw or didn't see the seatbelt, I do not know. That's for the officer to explain. Maybe the suspect drove past him and he saw him. I don't know, right? He has to be able to explain that and justify that violation. Now, what is the reality about the inclement weather traffic violation? Well, they have to be able to articulate that this is an inclement weather situation where your lights are required, okay? There's no strong definition of what inclement weather means. It just essentially your lights need to be on and operating anytime there's low visibility or if it's raining, okay? In Florida, if your windshield wipers are going, your lights have to be on, okay? One of the funny things about this is that when you see the officers respond on scene, they don't have their headlights on either, right? So now that's gonna be hard to explain that if you believe that it's such a danger and a hazard to drive around as the citizen, okay, without your headlights on due to inclement weather, then you would also argue that the officers should be operating with their headlights on because they're not immune to some of these laws, okay, under certain circumstances and stipulations, okay, as it relates to them conducting their job. So the reality is this does not look like an inclement weather situation at all, right? There's no issue with visibility. That's going to be a problem. Now the seatbelt violation is one thing. So here's the reality I'm seeing, you guys. I teach people this all the time. This is not the time for you to have trial on the side of the street. The officer.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you got some guys that do know their rights and stuff like that in the police. You know, they set the conversation up and the police do listen, and some of them get scared if they're rookie. But when you have the prick cop, you know, good cop, bad cop,
You over. Number two, ask for your license. In the state of Florida, when you're asked of your license by law enforcement, you have to give it, you guys. And the moment you don't, you are obstructing and impeding that investigation and you can go to jail. These are the facts of the state of Florida. And this is similar to a lot of other states here in Georgia with me as well. Things that you just can't, all right? The officer asked, why you open the door like that? He said, well, my window doesn't work. Well, that's a legitimate explanation, all right? Now, as the officer's proceeding to get closer, he closes the door in front of the officer. Well, that within itself is not illegal up until the officer asked him to step out of the vehicle, you guys. If an officer asks you to get out the car, you have to get out the car, all right? That is a law, okay? This has been already addressed by the Supreme Court, okay? If an officer asks you to exit the vehicle, you have to exit the vehicle. Now, what's the other issue? The issue is the citizen is asking for.
that's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true.
Supervisor.
But let's go.
Well, the officer should do what? Should call for a supervisor, period, right? It's not a big deal. Now, there's a lot of issues with the suspect going back into the car, closing the door, the windows are tinted and things like that and not cooperating. You naturally escalate this thing in a direction where it doesn't need to go in. That's a fact. Okay. So what do we have here? We have a citizen who's pulled over, who's not cooperating, okay? He's not cooperating. That's the reality of where we are right now. And let me know your thoughts if you feel different, but he's not cooperating. And why do I say that? Because he asked for the license and he said no, okay? So, bad start.
25 seconds. For 940, the driver just slammed the door and locked it.
Call your supervisor.
Yep.
Unit 1037, unit 1050 at West Palm and Commonwealth.
25 seconds. If anybody responding, come in from Commonwealth, block the vehicle, please.
Well, I'm coming West Palm, Commonwealth. I'll be there in a second.
Keep your hands where I can see them, sir. Yep, my camera's on too. I've already told you. Okay. Okay. Right now, you're under arrest for resisting. You understand? You're under arrest for resisting. The longer you take us on, the worse it's going to be. Keep your hands where I can see them, sir. Okay.
I like how when the officer's car pulls up, just like I was telling you earlier, he doesn't have any headlights on, right? So again, that's going to be a problem in court.
See?
So far, so good, right? So far, so good. I don't see any issues. All right. Again, we can talk about professionalism later, but the reality is the officer doing anything that's in violation? All right. So far, everything looks pretty decent. All right. So let's keep going.
Sir, this is your last warning to open the vehicle and exit before we're going to break the window. Open the door and exit or we are going to break the window. Open the door and exit or we are going to break the window. No, he's under arrest. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting.
Again, you guys, listen. The officer is really cool. He's really smooth right now. He's doing everything that he's supposed to do by the book. He's asking him repeatedly, multiple times, to exit the vehicle, and he's stating he's under arrest. Now, whether you agree with the officer or not, okay, that's one thing. Again, this is not the place to do the disagreement. All right, you ask for a supervisor, cool. He needs to request a supervisor. The supervisor needs to be en route. What is the reality of the situation? He asked him multiple times to exit the vehicle, and he told him he's under arrest. You guys, he gave him plenty of opportunity. The citizen is inside the car, and he's arguing, and now he's talking to a second officer, and that officer is also extending him grace and saying, hey, I hear what you're saying. I'll show you the law, but you got to step out the car, okay? The citizen is refusing to step out. You guys, right now, to this point, he's in the wrong. He's in the wrong, whether you like it or not. The Supreme Court has already decided that if an officer asks you to exit your vehicle, you have to do it. That is a lawful command.
What's going on, Fear No Mortals? Shout outs to Fear No Mortals, Gems in the building. How you doing, sweetheart? Welcome to the show. So yeah, well, bro knew he had some weed in the car, but I if I'm not mistaken, marijuana is legal in in Florida. But they got to throw that on there too to make them look bad. But I'm not gonna lie, bro was in the wrong. The police was in the wrong. But getting sucker punched in the face like that is crazy.
He doesn't have to have a legitimate reason, okay? It's not a violation of your rights. It's not infringing on your privacy, okay, or your safety. When an officer asks you...
Getting out the car can be infringing on your rights because next comes a legal search and seizure. Next comes a illegal search and seizure. So, be real careful with that getting out the car BS.
Exit the vehicle, you guys. You have to do it. I talk about this all the time. All right. So what we're going to do is, now that we've seen this piece from the outside, we're going to transition to the inside of the vehicle. This is where McNeil was recording himself talking to the second officer that's on his passenger side window. And this is where we're going to see the video that went viral. All right. So let's go ahead and transition. Now McNeil is actually pleading his case to the second officer, blocked him in.
Lights are off under this weather. I'm like, okay.
There's
All right,
multiple
then.
people headlights off,
Okay,
first of
that's
all.
still a
And then
legitimate reason.
there's no rain.
It doesn't matter. You're still required to have headlights on.
Can you pull that law up?
Huh?
Can you pull that law
Yeah,
up?
when you step out of the car, I will.
Can you pull that?
So
So why don't we see this part on the officer's camera? See, all you see on the officer's camera, what the bed wrench was going after, and the other people is them arguing. Why don't you see this on the officer's camera? All right.
he says, can you pull the law? He said, when you step out the car, I will. You guys, listen. He never said he wouldn't. He said, if you step out the car, I will. You guys, you have to.
Okay, yeah, he's trying to get him out the car. He's trying to lure him out the car. He doesn't want to get out the car. Is it resisting at that point? Yeah, it could be. He already said he was under arrest. But you still have the right to call for a supervisor. Either way, getting decked in the face like that is wild work.
Obey these commands, okay? It's not negotiable, all right? It's not negotiable.
Yes, it is.
So now what happens?
Can you call your supervisor? Can you call your supervisor?
All right, go for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, Gems. It definitely does look like they edited a lot.
Exit the vehicle now. Exit the vehicle.
Woo, my God.
I ain't gonna lie, he should have turtled up and crouched, but sometimes them punches coming so quick, you don't even know what happened. You probably felt like the person breaking the window hit him in the face while the window was getting broke.
Okay, it's not negotiable. All right, it's not negotiable. So now what happens?
Can you call your supervisor? Can you call your supervisor?
All right, go for it.
Mm. 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 So that's crazy. Let's go.
Exit the vehicle now. Exit the vehicle.
Woo, my God. Okay, let's talk about it.
Hold on, guys. Let me go back.
Can you call your supervisor?
All right, go for it.
Exit the vehicle now. Exit the.
Oof.
Can you call your supervisor?
Bruh, that's right hand, left hand.
Can you call your supervisor?
All right, go for it.
Exit the vehicle now. Exit the.
Oof. Damn. All right, give me 1 second. Let me check the chat, guys. Lord have mercy. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. Good to see you. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. LT Man says, Kuda, he was found guilty in a court of law, and now he wants to come out with the. Okay, so this was all right. So the video was, like they said, technically. Oh man, my screen is messed up. I can't. Damn. Hold on, guys. So technically, the video was from February. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. My screen is messing up bad. Oh man, I need some new equipment. Hold on, y'all. All right. All right, we should be back. So, this had to be what I was saying. So this, I think this was back in February, and they're just now coming out with it. So I think it was this video. LT Man said he was found guilty in the court of law, which he pleaded guilty to, they said. And now he wants to come out with this video. He wasn't the wrong. He wasn't the wrong for not obeying law enforcement. Regardless, it was raining. You still need your. All right, hopefully we're back. He said, you need your headlights on, even on cloudy days when they anticipate rain. Yeah, I mean, I just think people will have their daytime running lights on regardless, but you know. LT Man said you need you said that's true. It's that's true. He shouldn't have been punched in the face. I think the officers were more angry at him than the actual law. They felt as yeah, that's what I'm saying. He did eat it like a G. I ain't gonna lie. He ate that shit like a Scooby snack. You know? Falcon punch. Yeah, they should have de-escalated it. But he was talking to another officer. You gotta be careful when you take your daytime running lights off, you know? So if I'm not mistaken, this happened back in February. All right. All caught up. All right, let's get back into it. He punched his head off.
Vehicle.
Woo! My God. Listen, he never said he wouldn't. He said, if you step out the car, I will. You guys, you have to obey these commands, okay? It's not negotiable, all right? It's not negotiable. So now what happens?
Can you call your supervisor? Can you call your supervisor?
All right, go for it.
Exit the vehicle now. Exit the vehicle.
Woo! My God. Okay, let's talk about it. People have issue with the glass being broken. You guys, no issue there. Why is there no issue with the glass being broken? Because they've already told him multiple times that he's under arrest. You guys, I've broken plenty of glasses. I've reached into car windows.
Yeah, but did you punch the shit out of people? I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't want to get pulled over by Nathan Daly. He seemed like a cool ass dude, but I wouldn't want to get pulled over by this nigga. But let's go.
Okay, that's what got me retired, okay? Reaching into car windows and getting dragged down the interstate. All right, so I've been here. I know what it's like, okay? When you are about to place somebody under arrest, or when you're asking them to exit the vehicle and they're resisting, whether passive or active resistance, okay? This is what you call passive resistance. It means I'm just not doing nothing. I'm just not gonna obey.
Sometimes too, you gotta tell them that they're being detained. They're not under arrest, just to get them out the and I see cops do this all the time, just to get them out the car and get them in the you know what I'm saying? Just say you're being detained, you're not under arrest. You know, you are suspected of doing a crime. Sometimes you gotta use detainment as a de-escalation tactic.
Any of the commands.
All right.
So the officers already told him he's under arrest. A second officer comes on the scene and said, hey, listen, dude, you got to cooperate. He's like, nah, I'm not. Bring me a supervisor. He's like, all right, listen, go ahead, lock him up. What does he have to do? He can't open.
Yeah, I think he was talking to the other officer, but I think he got the instructions to break the window on the radio, from what I heard. But that's what this video is for today. We're gonna go over it again. Shout outs to LT Man in the building.
Open the door.
Let's get it.
Okay, you're not opening the door for him. He breaks the window. They're going to open the door for you guys. Okay, so again, what's the issue here? The problem we have here.
Yeah, once you step out, it's game over. But usually it's the probable cause thing in searching the car, but
Where did the officer go wrong when he punched him in the face? Okay,
I agree with that.
You
Dude,
can't.
Chicago.
Obviously, you can't do that. That is a crime. I don't know what the hell the sheriff was talking about. You cannot strike a citizen in the face because you are angry and you felt like it. Okay, there's no aggression or an attack against the officer. He's not a threat to the officer, right? We could see clearly. He breaks the glass window, and then after he's done, out of anger.
Oh, he can see clearly too. One of them punches probably knocked his sinuses out. Oh, he can see clearly too. Oh, he definitely can see clearly. You get hit like that, oh, you can see all kinds of shit clear. Ralph off the Simpsons sitting in the car. I'm in danger.
Punched him in the face.
All right. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App. An hour and 17 minutes into the madness. Let's get it.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
Right. He had and he had tree on him. Absolutely, he had tree on him. That's why I'm telling you guys got to head over to hempforfitness.com. Head over to hempforfitness.com. See? That's the problem with the world. You don't head over to hempforfitness.com, it's going to be the beginning and maybe the end. I know it's the ending of a lot of problems. If you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. But look at God. He got hit in the head. Now he really need to head over to hempforfitness.com. Get rid of that headache. Get some of this water-soluble CBD. You see? See, his problem was he didn't head over to hempforfitness.com before. Now he really need to head over to hempforfitness.com. Hopefully he learned his lesson. Try to tell y'all, man.
Okay, it's clear as day. So let's get back to it. There's no justification in what the officer did. When I play this video back, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. What you're going to notice is that after the glass is shattered, there's a pause. Okay, the officer makes another command, and then you see him strike McNeil in the face. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's like a 3-second
you guys,
pause.
that's premeditated. It's premeditated. Okay? It's one thing if you're breaking the glass and as you're breaking through the glass, your hand hits his face.
You broke the glass and
that's
broke
one continuous movement. And you can say, listen, that wasn't intentional. It wasn't an intentional strike. I'm trying to hammer through the glass to break it, and as I'm going through the glass, I hit him in the face.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to go for that. That's how I was.
Whereas the glass is shattered, I see McNeil unbothered. Okay, now guess what? I feel disrespected.
And that made him mad.
I feel disrespected, right, and I'm emotionally unstable. This is an emotionally unstable officer. It's very clear. It's very clear. You can tell. And I'm going to tell you what other things happened that I pointed out that I noticed about this. Okay? After this whole thing was over, this officer is out of control. You can easily tell he has anger problems. You can easily tell that he's easily offended. And when he's acting, you see his rage unfold on McNeil. Even when he gets him out of the car, he strikes him again in the face. Okay? This is someone who's like, how dare you disrespect me? How dare you, right? Like, this officer has a superiority complex, and it's very clear to see. So here we are again.
Well, as most police officers do, I'm not going to say that this officer came over to this man on 10. You know, I'm not going to say that the police officer came over to this. A bit of a build-up there. There was a bit of a build-up there. But the young dude was presenting himself as a wise guy. You know what I'm saying? He was presenting himself as a wise guy. And one thing that irritates a cop is a wise guy. You know, I wouldn't necessarily say calling for their manager and delaying it, or them having to go out of their way to bother their manager irritates a cop. But coming off as a wise guy, oh man, you know, not told him with a minute. Yeah. Shout out to LT. Yeah, head over to HemperFitness.com, bro. Definitely have something for all those punches he took. Yeah, man. All kinds of swelling about to happen. He need to go over to I'm about shit. He need to go over to HemperFitness.com. I'm not telling him nothing wrong. And I'm not telling y'all nothing wrong. Take your ass over to HemperFitness.com. Something swelling. Pause. You know, something swelling. Okay, inflammation. All right, inflammation. All right, I got the information for the inflammation. All right, see what I did there? Hit that link. Take your ass over to hempforfitness.com. Get some of this water soluble CBD. You know, the police was offended because he had Mary Ganja in the car. All right. And you know they're going to cling to that. That's why he didn't want to get out. He had ganja in the car. You need to put some... Look. Get this shit for your mouth, bro. All right? Niggas is tripping, all right? Let's go.
Now, this time we're going to actually slow it down, and I want you to see the pause. The officer gives him the go-ahead to break the glass. He's striking. Now, after all of that, he finally shatters the glass. Now, what you see here, you see a pause. He's looking at him. He's yelling at him. And
then, look, God damn. Punch real quick. You said the punches were basically a non-verbal fuck you. What's going on, Chaos? Chaos comes in when the chaos is going on. Yeah, he gotta, you know, now he gotta rest his muscles up. He gotta rest his bones up. Like I said earlier, guys, head over to hempforfitness.com. Fuel your recovery naturally, okay? Getting hit like this is unkosher. Head over to hempforfitness.com. fuel your recovery naturally, tap into hemp strength, because rest days should still be game days, okay? He's going to be swollen. He needs some information for that inflammation, all right? So head over to hempandfitness.com, even for this brother. After seeing some shit like this shit, you're going to need some CBD too. So try it now and feel the recovery difference in your next workout, the natural way. Head over to hempforfitness.com. All right? Shout outs to Chaos Reign in the building. LT Man said if that young man knew he was was in the right and the officers was absolutely in the wrong, he should have compiled and took the tickets and went to court and fought. Right. And maybe, he was looking for a lawyer. He probably was looking for a lawyer. So it was in his best interest to plead guilty, to comply with the law, but the officer broke the law too, So he can say, I owned up to my side of it. They need to own up to their side of it. You did? So yeah, shout outs to everybody in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Please support the show. And head over to hempforfitness.com. Train hard, recover clean. All right? Make sure you guys hit that link and tap in. All right? It's Player Talk. Oh, also, in the comment pinned to the top, there's information on how you guys can get 10% off your first order. And 2 free gifts. All right? Not 2 free fists, 2 free gifts. All right? Let's go.
Out of frustration, he's like, man, how dare you not pay attention to me? He punches him in the face. You guys, it's very clear. It's very clear. But not only that, he strikes him again. All right? And so this is what's going to hem the officer up. Again, he shows his hands. He's showing that he's not a threat. He's talking calmly, and the officers are yelling. This is going to be the problem with this lawsuit that they're just not going to be able to ignore. All right. I mean, we all see it, but I want to be clear when I explain to you what my assessment is, so you can be clear. Right? You see them trying to get him on the ground, and he's not fighting. What does he do? Out of anger, what is it? He punches him in the mouth. Yeah, he punches him in the mouth. You guys, that's not appropriate. That is excessive use of force, period. There's no justifying that. There's no way to articulate doing that. Why? They had his hands restrained. He wasn't striking or attacking the officers. This is what we call passive resistance. What does that mean? It means that you're just not fighting back. You're maybe resisting, but you're not attacking, okay? You're not attacking the officers. You're not trying to hurt the officers. Therefore, the officers are only allowed to do but so much. You're talking joint manipulations. You're talking about maybe headlocks, trying to restrain the head, restrain the legs, and things of that nature, pressure points. There are things that the officers can do outside of using strikes. That is not an appropriate time to use a strike. And so I know the sheriff got on a press conference and he was like, nah, everything the officer did was legal. I know there were some questionable statements in the police report saying that the officer did what he did because he saw a weapon in the car, something to that degree, or that he was reaching for a weapon. The video clearly does not support that. So again, what do we have? We have an officer who struck him unlawfully. That's excessive. This is where the officer went wrong. Now the citizen is wrong all day, and these are these unique cases what I talk about all the time. Where there are cases where both parties are wrong, where the citizen is wrong.
I mean, is there a lawful way to get struck by the police? Is there a lawful way to get struck by the police though?
And the officer is wrong. And clearly the officer is wrong. And the citizen is wrong. You guys, the officer's wrong for excessive use of force. All right.
All right, he's wrong, but he pled guilty.
This is going to be an easy lawsuit for them and a justified lawsuit. So anyways, I'm going to do a reaction to the sheriff explaining and trying to, I don't know, sugarcoat this situation. I'll do that in another video.
Why do you got to sugarcoat it? I think if you're sugarcoating something, that's just, you know what I'm saying? That's just that's just as messed up as the officer breaking the law. Oh yeah, LT man, let me see if I can send it to myself. My equipment been messing up all week. But let me send this to myself. I gotta send you all the stuff that I made because I want to get the green light from you to do a couple of stuff here. Hold on, let me see if I can send this to myself. I gotta show y'all some of the stuff I've been working on. Now, how can I upload this so you guys can see it? Oh, here we go. Give me 1 second, guys. We're gonna get back into the show. Hold on. And I got some YouTube shorts that I'm working on also. So when I see somebody get cracked in the head like this or something like that, great opportunity to advertise. Hold on. Yeah, here's one of the images that I did. And I'm gonna start using this hemp for fitness, tap in, train hard, recover clean. Lean more to the the workout factor. Like you said, more of the workout factor and healing and recovery. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely getting your sleep after a workout or, just getting your sleep in general. That's how your body recovers, you know. And y'all, I was looking at we're gonna also jump into this Hulk Hogan thing also, y'all. Y'all please hit the like button. I was looking at this Hulk Hogan documentary, and they were talking about how he was using, steroids and stuff like that. And it's like, shit, I'm not even gonna lie. If other than tearing muscle and getting gains in the gym, if you can get a good night worth of sleep, and you spread out your diet and your recovery days, and you're not necessarily using creatine, shit. If you get some good sleep, you won't have to use steroids and stuff like that. Yeah, I wanted to send it to you on Instagram. You said if you put the panel link, only get me up for now. I'll give you my okay. I got you, LT man. I got you. I got you, bro. Yeah, they all use steroids. I'm not gonna lie though. Hogan protected Vince. We're gonna get into that though. We're gonna get these topics out the way. He protected Vince. You know, And we're going to get to why Undertaker hates Hogan. Oh, you got me, brother. All right. We're going to get to why the Undertaker probably hates Hogan. But I wonder what people are saying now that he's gone. You know, I know a lot of black people are being evil and insensitive, but people think, hey, man, he was racist and stuff like that, you know. But hey, Hogan came up in the South. I mean, that's not really an excuse, but it kind of is, you know. Not really an excuse, but it kind of is, you know. Not saying I agree, but I understand, you know. All right. You got Rowley going in on this. You got the lead attorney here going in on this. People going off on Officer Tatum. Let's.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason why you're popping the door open like that?
I don't have a window that works. Is there a reason that you're pulling me over?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why I'm pulling you over. For one thing, inclement weather, you don't have your lights on. Two things, you're not wearing your seatbelt.
It's daylight. I don't need the lights. And it's not weather. It's not raining.
Oh, this is inclement?
It's not raining.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you why I'm pulling you over.
All right, let's stop it right there. This gentleman has asked the officer, why are you pulling me over? There's nothing wrong with that. If you get pulled over, you have the right to know what's going on. The officer gives him two reasons. The first reason is that he doesn't have his headlights on. The second reason is that he's not wearing a seatbelt. Either one of these reasons is sufficient for the officer to pull this driver over. Now the driver says, hey, it's not raining. This is not inclement weather. The driver could be absolutely right. I believe the Florida statute necessitates that it either be raining, that it be foggy, or that it be smoking. We can see from the video here that it's not raining, not really foggy, not really smoking. So the defendant actually could win in court that, hey, he didn't have probable cause to pull me over. The issue though is that he was not wearing his seatbelt. So even if the officer pulled him over erroneously for the headlight violation, the officer still has him on the seatbelt. Now,
I mean, well, he had his seatbelt on. I think while he was sitting in the car, or when they pulled him out, or I guess he took it off. Because that's another thing too. Because I've had cops try that shit with me. Like, you take it off to talk to them, and they're like, you don't have your seatbelt on, and that's why they pulled you over. It's like, man, I just uncoupled my seatbelt. Doesn't help too that he got on some Jordans, the taxis. But let's go.
let's assume that the officer was mistaken and he's wearing his seatbelt. Then both reasons are erroneous and the officer should not have pulled him over.
Get to that.
What does that mean?
I got you. We're going to get into that.
This young man can win in court. What this man cannot do is win on the asphalt. This driver is making a very poor decision in trying to argue his way and win his case in the street. He would be much better off, much safer if he could litigate this in court in a controlled environment where there are prosecutors who are hopefully reasonable, a judge who is hopefully reasonable, and maybe his own attorney. As we're about to see, he is in the street with none of these safeguards, and some of these officers, it appears, are not reasonable. It is my opinion that some of these officers demonstrated very poor police work, and so what I am going to do in the latter half of this video is show you some officers in a very similar situation that performed excellently. This is not a racial thing. In this situation, you have black and white officers and a black driver, and in the clip that I'm going to show you with excellent police work, again, you have black and white officers and a black driver. But we're going to go ahead and break this down step by step from a legal framework so we can all understand what's going on. So what do we got? We have a cop making a stop. It appears to be good, but even if it's not, the driver is making...
Yeah, he was like, we're all a little racist, brother.
Making the very first mistake in trying to contest this case on the street. He should take his tickets, sign it, and then show up to court and win there.
Give me your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance.
No, call your supervisor. Why?
Excuse me?
Call your supervisor.
Why did you pull me over?
2735, I'm cooperating dog driver. I've already told you.
Why did you pull me over?
Now look at this driver. He is making another mistake. He's saying, why did you pull me over? Well, we already discussed it. This officer pulled you over for a seatbelt violation and for a headlight violation. Sometimes drivers want to convince the officers that they didn't commit these violations. That is wrong. You don't try to convince the officers. You try to convince the judge. This driver is making some very serious mistakes in this traffic stop.
Step out of the vehicle.
No.
Step out of the vehicle.
Listen, to these people, the officer is the judge. You'll be at a traffic stop calling the officer your majesty. To these people, the officer is the judge.
The police officer gave this driver a lawful command to step out of the vehicle. He needs to step out. He is not doing that either. This driver is setting himself up to be in a very risky situation.
25 seconds. For not informed, the driver just slammed the door and locked it. Keep your hands where I can see them, sir. My camera's on too. I've already told you. Okay. Right now you're under arrest for resisting. You understand? You're under arrest for resisting. The longer you take us on, the worse it's going to be.
Let's stop it right here. A lot of people have pointed out correctly that even the responding officers' headlights are not on. So it seems very hypocritical for officers to pull over drivers for their headlights when the officers themselves are violating the law regarding their headlights. But that's neither here nor there. If these drivers are committing violations, the officers have the right to pull them over.
Sir, this is your last warning to open the vehicle and exit before we're going to break the window. Open the door and exit or we are going to break the window. Open the door and exit or we are going to break the window.
Well, we're conducting a traffic stop right now. You need it.
No, he's under arrest. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting. Open the door and exit. You are under arrest for resisting.
Can you unlock the door and step out? I will. Can you step out? You're being done. There's a traffic stop being conducted. You're required to.
Now, this was a better cop. This was a better cop because he sat there and he had a conversation with them. But homeboy on the other side of the door, he's turned up. He's not trying to hear it. I guess you would call him the overseeing officer. Homie's turned up. He in his mind, he know he about to break a window. So he getting pumped up. Let's get it.
Let me stop it right here. Can you guys sense the difference in the tone of these two police officers? The first officer with a very elevated, aggressive tone is saying, open the door, you're under arrest for resisting. The second officer, the responding officer, said, hey man, can you open the door? Can we talk? This is how you want your police officers interacting with the community. Let me put myself on the big screen for a second because this is important. Guys, these police officers work for us, all right? They are here to protect us and to serve us. They're part of the government. When the police officers pull you over, there does need to be some understanding that, hey, we're all in the same community. You can talk to me like I'm a human being, even if I am not obeying your commands. Why is that? I'll be honest with you guys. People are going through stuff every single day. Everybody goes through things. Cops pull people over on a day that their mother has passed away. Cops pull people over when they've been diagnosed with cancer and they have 90 days or 6 months to live. Cops pull people over when they've just been fired from their job. Do any of these excuses justify crazy behavior? No. But this
Yes. Let me stop.
driver is not acting crazily. This driver is resisting, and that's fine.
But I'm telling y'all, the only acceptable behavior that's going to work in this situation is you clicking the link and heading over to hempforfitness.com. That's pinned to the top of the chat because he gonna need some of this hemp salve. All right. inflammation.
He's not being aggressive. The police later on, through the sheriff, indicated that they found a knife under his seat or by his feet, but they also indicated that he made no attempt to grab that knife. What you would want from police officers is a little bit of understanding, not like the first cop, but like the second cop, just saying, hey man, can you just step out? Can we talk? I really like the approach from the second officer, just being a little kind, a little human to human grace and understanding.
Vehicle's blocked. Yes. He's locked it up. Put the window down. Correct. I try to talk to
Okay. So what did he ask for when he I guess, when he pulled me over, he walked up.
Look at this, look at this. This officer is saying, hey, tell me what's going on, talk to me. The first officer isn't asking any questions, like, get out of the car, get out of the car. The second officer says, hey man, let's come to a common understanding. Let's try to de-escalate this. Do you guys see how the first officer is escalating it? The second officer is trying to de-escalate it. Shout out to this second officer.
I said, so what I did wrong? Yeah. He said, well, for one, your headlights are off under this weather. I'm like, there's multiple people headlights.
Okay, that's so
and then there's no rain.
It doesn't matter. You're still required to have headlights on.
Can you pull that?
Well, this officer is incorrect right here, but what all attorneys learn in our first year of practicing criminal defense is that officers are not attorneys. So many times they have a misunderstanding of what the law is. They will misquote the law, and that's fine. That's what courts are for. That's what judges are for. When this man says, hey, it's not raining, and the officer says, it doesn't matter, you got to have your headlights on, that's an incorrect statement of law. But that's fine. Let's keep going.
Can you pull that law?
Yeah, when you step out of the car, I will.
Hey.
Can you call your supervisor? Can you call your supervisor?
All right, go for it.
Oh.
Exit the vehicle!
All right, let's stop it right there. Guys, this right here absolutely is indefensible. There is no reason why this man should have been punched in the mouth. He has not been physically aggressive with these officers. He has not threatened these officers in any way. This gentleman is saying some stupid things. He's like, hey, show me the law. You're not entitled to see what the law, right? That's what court is for. This driver is very confused about where he's at, but you are allowed to be confused without getting punched in the teeth. You're going to hear a lot of people review this footage and they're going to say, well, if he would have complied with this officer's lawful orders, this would not have happened. They're right. But even though they're right, it does not excuse this type of mistreatment, this type of abuse. Again, I'm going to show you a very similar situation where the officers there handled it beautifully. These officers can enforce the law with.
Absolutely. It's horrible to misquote the law, especially when you have a big ass badge on you. You know, it's horrible to misquote the law, especially when you have a huge badge tattooed to your shirt. You know? Please hit the like button, everybody. An hour and 48 minutes into the madness. Please support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. Please support the show via Cash App or PayPal. Almost 2 hours into the madness. 32 minutes past the hour. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go. Hold on.
Without abusing the community. I could already tell from the way that this officer was conducting the traffic stop that he was looking to escalate the situation. It's come out that this officer has received numerous complaints in the past. Of course, the sheriff's office investigates these and no real punishment was meted out. So many times when you practice criminal law, you will have these same officers on the witness stand. And as an attorney, you are cross-examining them. And let me tell you, so many of these officers, they do not like it. They feel like they should be the ones in power. They should be the ones in control. And when you start asking them very pointed questions and insist and demand on an answer, now they get their backs all bowed up. Here, this driver was not complying with what this officer wanted. And now this officer's back is all bowed up and this officer's going to show this man who's boss. So the first thing that this officer does when he makes physical contact with this driver is punch him in the teeth. This is absolutely inexcusable. Now, let me say, the state's Attorney's Office has investigated this situation, and guess what they found? They found that this officer committed no wrongdoing. This officer has been cleared of any criminal charges. So does this mean that if you don't follow an officer's direction, any officer can come up and punch you in the teeth? This sets a very bad precedent about how police can interact with us, and it justifies this long-standing distrust that some people, some communities have with the police. Punching this non-compliant but non-violent driver is inexcusable.
Yeah.
Take the vehicle. Show me your hands.
Here.
1033 at 16.1 hours.
I'm here. What is your reason, sir? What is your reason?
Oh, come on, man. Come on. Did you guys see the second punch? Punched him right in the mouth again. We're going to look at this in slow motion, and there might be some people who want to justify this second punch. And let me tell you,
We're going to see what the coons are saying.
This man, in my opinion, the driver, is being compliant. To comply with 4 or 5 officers pulling you.
Hold on. Let's go back.
Excusable.
Exit the vehicle. Show me your hands.
Here.
1033 at 16.1 hours.
I'm here. What is your reason, sir? What is your reason?
Well, this is the thing. They make sure the police have a certain IQ before they hire them. Because if your IQ's at a certain level, they're just like, fuck it. You're not going to listen, or you're not going to really follow rules and stuff like that. You just might as well go ahead and be a detective. You know, so they make sure certain police officers, you know, they got to conceal their IQ, or their IQ just got to straight up be at a certain level. What's going on, Anthony? Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. What's going on, Spawn? You got lead attorney going in on Brandon Tatum. You said they yanked bro up out of there, didn't they? Yeah, they took him through there. You said bro was wrong like a motherfucker, man. Listen, it's not that he was resisting. I will do that. I will say that, right? But the thing about police officers, guys, and stuff like that, if somebody doesn't comply with you, you're not necessarily the law, especially if you don't know the law. You are you. The law is the law. Now, of course, non-compliance is against the law, but if somebody's practicing their rights, you know, or exercising their rights, you know, that's not necessarily going against you. It's their right to exercise their right. That's in the law also. You know, but you did give him a lawful command. And like I said, I agree with them. I like how the second cop handled it. Or you just got to say, for your safety, to help de-escalate it, you got to detain them and then charge them. You know, walking up to the car and saying, hey, you're under arrest, that really ain't gonna do it when the person is still confused as to why they're getting pulled over. You said they're supposed to take a psych exam, IQ of a rock. Damn. D Chicago said, I've always said policing should be a college degree. They should have to get a 4-year degree. You'll think twice about messing up your job after having to go through high school in the yeah.
Step out now. All right. No.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. Did you guys see the second punch? Punched him right in the mouth again. We're going to look at this.
Then again, they might start whipping ass when them student loans come in.
It's in slow motion, and there might be some people who want to justify this second punch. And let me tell you, this man, in my opinion, the driver, is being compliant. It is impossible for you to comply with 4 or 5 officers pulling you in different directions. Some officers are going to want you to go to the ground. Other officers are going to want you to stand up so they can cuff you. While you're being ragdolled around, what does that look like? It looks like you're not complying. But what's happening is that you have 4 or 5 grown men tugging on you in different directions. Let's take a look at what's going on. We can see here that the officer who broke the window has his right arm around the subject's head and neck, right? Now look, he reaches in, he reaches back, he balls his fist up. As he balls his fist up, let's take a look to see where the driver's hands are. The driver's hands are behind his back. This man is causing no threat to the officer who's about to punch him in the mouth. Boom, right there. This is inexcusable. Hits him
right in the kisser.
Right in the jaw, and again, this man's arms are behind his back. He falls to the ground. Now, I'm telling you, it can look like this man is resisting, but I want you to have 4 or 5 officers pulling and grabbing on you, pushing your body, pushing your head to the ground. Your pain receptors will cause you to move. They've got the driver down. Now look at this.
And see, being that your pain receptors will cause you to move, you're going to be numb the next day. So, hey, head over to Hemp for Fitness. Have an order coming your way. You're going to be numb the next day. Shout outs to Dollar Washer in the building. Good to see you, player. Good to see you, man. And yeah, you know, the cops pulling you every which way. The man's hands was behind his back. These cops are wrong. King Kong wrong.
The same officer who made the initial stop, the officer who punched the guy in the mouth twice, now he's punched the guy in the back of the leg, in the hamstring. Y'all see his arm right there? That's one punch. Do you see his fist? That's the second punch. It looks like, oh my God, it looks like he gave him a nut shot. Here's another punch, a third punch. Here's another punch. A fourth punch. Meanwhile, guys, this man has his hands behind his back and there are 3 or 4 officers on his back, and this officer is still pounding away on this young driver. Here's another punch, a 5th punch. Look at this man. There's an officer there with his hands, both hands, on this man's head, pushing his head into the ground. Meanwhile, you have, and that's fine. You have to get...
Yeah, at this point, you should be able to smoke your joint in lockup after going through this. God damn.
Control of these individuals. I understand that. But why are you punching this man in the thighs? This is inexcusable.
What's wrong with you? What you mean? I was putting my hands behind my back. I was on. Ain't no talking now, man. Ain't no talking. I was doing, bro. What's going on, man? You're under arrest. That's what's going on. No, yes, bro. Yes. That's a local reason, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna take it off of you, bro.
All right, guys, so we see what's going on. In my opinion, the other officers conducted a fine traffic stop, no problem. It's the first responding officer, the one who was escalating the situation, the one who punched through the window, punched him in the mouth, then dragged him out, punched him again in the jaw, and then was wailing on his thighs and his hamstrings. Absolutely inexcusable. This officer apparently has had other complaints. He needs to be fired, and in my opinion, he needs to be charged with battery. You cannot have a few bad apples floating around assaulting community members. Now, let me show you another example where you have a black driver and black and white officers, and look at how they handle the situation. Do they have to bust the window out? Yes. Do they have to drag the defendant out? Yes. But look at how they did it, with calmness, with respect, with humanity for the community. You have a driver who was pulled over for speeding. She immediately asked for a supervisor. She's contesting that she was speeding. She's saying everybody else is speeding. Why did you pull me over? She's even saying that she wants to see the speed gun. She wants to see the results. She is refusing to get out of the car. And I want you to notice the difference between all of these officers here and the officers that we just saw. Hold up. Let's pause from this analysis of police work for a second to have a quick word from our sponsor, Chapter Medicare. If you or someone you love is on Medicare, this matters.
Listen, you would need Medicare if you head over to hempforfitness.com. All right, but let's go.
163. Give yourself peace of mind today. Now, back to this analysis.
Hey, ma'am, just hear me out for a second. In case you didn't know, we don't have to show you our stuff. Yeah, okay, you have rights too, but we don't have to show you that stuff, ma'am.
You don't have to show me, so I don't have to show proof right here.
No, it doesn't work that way, ma'am.
Where's your proof that I broke the law?
It doesn't work that way, ma'am.
I want to know where's my proof. Where's the proof that I broke the law?
Now again, this lady is being completely unreasonable. She's asking for proof that she broke the law. Where do you get proof? Where do you see proof, guys? Where do you see evidence? Guys, you see proof, you see evidence in court. I don't know why certain people want to argue their case in the street. So you've got a community member being very unreasonable, but look at the tone of these officers. Look at their patience. This is what you want in good police work. Let's go.
She just told you that she did. Ma'am, we don't have to show you our radar equipment. No, we don't. No, we don't, ma'am.
If you have to, I want to verify. How are you going to accuse me? It was officer.
She wants to verify the speed gun.
How does she pick me out of all the people? I didn't break any law.
Can we have, ma'am? Can we have your ID, ma'am? That's all we need. I just explained all that to you. And yes, I did, ma'am. Because we don't have to show you what our radar stuff reading is. No, we don't, ma'am. Maybe for court.
Exactly.
Not right now. Y'all know we are too, ma'am.
Look at
Yes, ma'am.
Look at this.
Still waiting for your ID that you won't give me.
Yeah.
Look at their tone, guys.
This go a whole lot faster.
Oh, very poorly for you, dear.
Let me pause it. Guys, look at this. Now, I'm not saying that every officer needs to go above and beyond, but does it seem to you that these officers are escalating the situation? Does it seem to you that these officers want to punch people in the mouth? If you cannot be reasonable with unreasonable people, then you shouldn't be a police officer. I know.
Well, they kind of calm down too after they have to that glass, but okay.
Oh, I shouldn't be a police officer because if I'm going to be honest with you, I wanted to punch that dude in the mouth too. But that's why I'm not on the street in uniform. That's why I'm not interacting with the community on a daily basis. So many people say, oh, well, being a teacher, that's a calling. Being a nurse, being a medical provider, that's a calling. Well, let me tell you, being a police officer is a calling as well. You have to have a certain type of personality. If you feel like you have to punch unreasonable community members, you should not be in uniform.
Yes, ma'am.
Still here, still waiting for your ID that you won't give me.
Yeah.
Look how calm these officers are.
Start the site and near the site. Come back from this.
No idea. No idea what you're saying. Did she tell you she was a sovereign citizen, one of those?
One of those mornings.
Messing around with these good citizens up here.
It's just one of those mornings.
And let me stop it right here.
There.
This officer whispered to the other officer, did she tell you she's a sovereign citizen? Why is that important? These sovereign citizens.
Well, listen, it's a real thing to be a sovereign citizen, but like I said, most of the people don't know what the hell they're talking about, so this is why they get laughed at. And they're not ready to, honestly, if the person's a real sovereign citizen, they got to sit on the side of the road and read a bunch of paperwork and shit like that. And the police, you want to scare a cop? Paperwork. And paperwork will scare the hell out of a cop. They don't like doing it. But, Most people don't know what the hell they talking about, and then you gotta have your papers. You gotta have that folder put away. You know, if you gonna claim to be a Moor and you have certain travel laws that don't apply to you and stuff, you better put that paper away. You gotta have that folder laying in your car, and you gotta be able to explain what's on that damn paper because they're not gonna know what the hell you talking about. They barely know the law that they're supposed to be enforcing. But let's go.
Citizens are completely unreasonable. They believe that the laws do not apply to them. But you can't go around punching sovereign citizens in the mouth. You can't punch them in the teeth. You can't punch them in the thighs and give them nut shots. Just because someone has crazy ideas, just because someone isn't complying verbally, doesn't mean that police officers get to beat on us.
I'm nervous right now. Making me nervous you're not providing your ID. Okay. Do you have like a warrant or something?
Let me stop it right here. This lady is saying, hey, you're making me nervous. What does the officer say? The officer say, you're making me nervous too. You're not providing your ID. Is there a reason you're not providing your ID? Do you have a warrant? And the officer is also saying, hey, ma'am, if you could please keep your hands visible. One of the #1 priorities for these officers should be to make it home alive and well. We saw that in the first clip too, where the officers saying, hey, let me see your hands, let me see your hands. That's fine. In both situations, the officers are looking out for their well-being. That's exactly what you want. But again, you can see the difference in the tone and the demeanor. All right, now what's been going on? Now this lady is using her phone to call her family members down to the scene. Now the cops are like, all right, she's calling her family members down. Now it's time to remove her from the car. Let's go.
Dear, I'm gonna give you a lawful order to step out of the vehicle. Ma'am, I'm giving you a lawful order to step out of the vehicle. Okay? Lawful order to step out of the vehicle. You're failing to provide your ID at a lawful traffic stop, which is a crime. Okay, so you can either roll the window down, or I will break it. Okay. So, ma'am, you've been given.
She talking about something. If you break this window, bruh, they will break your window. And all kinds of animals are going to be in your car at the tow yard when you get out to go get it.
Plenty of opportunities here. Are you going to provide your ID? Are you going to provide your ID?
Are you serious?
Absolutely. Are you going to provide your ID?
For what? What did I do wrong?
Speeding. Speeding was the reason for the traffic stop. Are you going to provide your ID? Are you going to provide your ID? Okay. Refuse to answer. Are you going to step out of the vehicle? Are you going to step out of the vehicle? Okay, ma'am, you are now under arrest. You are under arrest for obstruction of official business and failing to provide your ID. Step out of the vehicle. Step out of the vehicle, or I will break the window. Step out of the vehicle, or I will break the window. Ma'am, I'm telling you one more time. Step out of the vehicle, or I'm going to break the window. Okay.
Oh my God! Ah! Oh my God!
Please step out.
No, I didn't do anything wrong. Okay.
He keeps saying, please step out. Look at this officer. Amazing.
Well, she lucky she didn't have to go face down to the floor. See, even they have grace when they're dealing with women. Because if he had put her face down to the floor like they would have done us.
Oh my God!
Wait, let me rewind that again so you guys can hear him saying, please step out. Please step out. This is amazing police work. Just listen to him say, please.
Ah! Oh my God!
Please step out.
No, I didn't do anything wrong. Okay.
Amazing.
I didn't even do anything wrong. Oh my God! This is crazy. Oh my God!
Do you see anybody punching anybody in the mouth? Do you see anybody being dragged to the...
Oh no, he definitely know he'll get taken to the cleaners if he does that. You know, Male officers are supposed to deal with women a certain way
Ground and
anyway.
punching in the thighs and nut shots. In neither one of these situations are such actions necessary.
Wow! Are you serious? Oh yeah.
It's on the
Guys, I don't know what to tell you. Shout out to these officers. Just amazing, beautiful police work. And again, just for a quick comparison, let's take a look at how this police department conducts the exact same stop.
Man, he lucky they didn't shoot
The
his
vehicle
ass
now!
up.
Exit the vehicle!
Oh, man.
Show me your hands. Here.
1033 at 16.1 hours.
Here. What is your reason, sir?
It's on the
Guys, I don't know what to tell you. Shout out to these officers. Just amazing, beautiful police work. And again, just for a quick comparison, let's take a look at how this police department conducts the exact same stop.
Exit the vehicle now! Exit the vehicle!
Oh. Guys, I don't know what to tell you. Shout out to these officers. Just amazing, beautiful police work. And again, just for a quick comparison, let's take a look at how this police department conducts the exact same stop.
Exit the vehicle now! Exit the...
Guys, I don't know what to tell you. Shout out to these officers. Just amazing, beautiful police work. And again, just for a quick comparison, let's take a look at how this police department conducts the exact same stop.
They done hit him in the face. I think he got hit in the face right there also with the glass.
Exit the vehicle now!
Oof. Man done got into a UFC bout with the police.
Exit the vehicle!
Oh, man.
Show me your hands. Here.
Like at this point, you know you're right. He lucky it got caught on camera.
Yeah, 16.1 hours.
Here. What is your reason, sir? What is your reason? Step out now. All right. No.
This is ridiculous. Oh, come on. Punching.
Hands behind your back.
Absolutely ridiculous.
He said, "Stop fighting."
Ridiculous.
Oh my God!
Please step out.
No, I didn't do anything wrong. Okay. I didn't even do anything wrong. Oh my God! This is crazy.
All right, guys, so you wanted my opinion, you wanted my legal take on the situation, and I've explained it to you. I'm not just Monday morning quarterbacking this when I criticize this police department because I've taken the time to show you excellent police work. We should all be behind these police officers. Without strong, honorable police departments, this nation cannot exist. We should all want to back the blue, but at the same time, we as a community have to be honest and we have to hold them accountable when they fall short. The most important thing that they cannot do is abuse the public. We are entrusting them with the
Too late for that.
power to take our lives if necessary. So they need to be held to a higher standard. Some police officers do amazing work. Other police officers need to be fired. They need to be tried, convicted, and incarcerated. For me, my take, this officer needs to be incarcerated. But that's my opinion. What's yours? Put it in the comments below.
You don't have to answer.
Yeah, but what's the law? That's your opinion, but what's the law? Now let's see what Roly Poly Martin had to say about this real quick before we get into what else we're going to talk about, all right? Give me 1 second. Roly Poly Martin. Let's go. Hold on. Damn, Jamie Foxx goes off on Jacksonville sheriff. Damn, Willie D. Yeah, you had a lot of people condemning the sheriff. But let's go.
Prosecutors in Jacksonville, Florida have decided not to file charges against the cops who repeatedly punched a black man during an arrest.
Thank you, bro.
Nobody is shocked by that. In February, during a traffic stop, William McNeil Jr. refused to exit his vehicle after requesting a supervisor multiple times. In response, the officers broke McNeil's window and struck him several times in the head. Following the announcement that no charges would be pursued, McNeil and his family held a news conference with their attorneys, Harry Daniels, as well as Ben Crump.
He's my firstborn. He's also my only son. I have 4 children. He is the only boy. I have 3 girls.
Oh my goodness. Oh, black people, why do we do this? Y'all keep me working overtime. Man, can you guys please hit the like button? Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Black people, why do we do this? All right.
The day I seen that video, I couldn't finish it past the window breaking. It wasn't until maybe a few months ago I finally finished the whole video. But I'm thankful to God for protecting him, because I know what the outcome could have been. But our belief and faith in God is what protected my only son, and I thank God for that.
I'm Alton Solomon, the father, stepfather, but I can't call him my stepson because this is my son.
Yes, sir.
I've been through what he's been through. To see that video made me go back to the moment when I was 22. It hurted. It made me upset. But I seen what my son did that I had to do.
I ain't gonna lie, he ate them punches like they was Scooby snacks. Still doesn't warrant him getting punched like that. You know?
And he sat right. And he did right. To see that, it's a hurting feeling. To be a father that loved God first, and to see all my kids not being able to wake up in the morning and get a phone call saying your child is gone. That's a hurting feeling. But
I think at this point, where is actual dad? You know, when a check is involved, the actual dad gonna come out the cut. Knowing damn well he don't see his kid. Shit, the actual dad gonna have to come out the cut and start crying. Let's go.
Thank God.
Yes.
Because God got him. Y'all keep this in prayer. First of all, I want to thank God for bringing everybody here together, and thank y'all for supporting. That day, I just really wanted to know, why I was getting pulled over and why I needed to step out the car when I know I didn't do nothing wrong. I was really just scared. And that's it.
Folks, on a couple days ago, the sheriff announced for TK.
All right, Rolly. Fuck around and find out, shirt. Here we go.
Waters released body camera footage He said that McNeil's cell phone video of the arrest did not provide the complete picture. Despite this, the officer who initiated the stop has been stripped of his law enforcement authority. I mean, let's just be real clear, Scott. It's no shock this sheriff, who's been described as a MAGA sheriff, was not going to do anything. He was defending his officers. But anybody who watches the video knows full well they're stopping him saying, "Oh, you didn't have your lights on during inclement weather." When the cops pulled up, they ain't had their headlights on. Okay.
All right, here we go.
It was daytime. There were raindrops on the window shield. But if you actually look at the video, his video or the body cam footage, it's not raining at all. So we know so Harry Daniels said the pretext was to stop him, and they got pissed off because multiple times he requested a supervisor, and then when they said get out of the car, he closed the door and he kept saying, "Please, can I see a supervisor?" And I'm saying, if you're a black, all these people talk about, well, just comply. We have done way too many of these stories, Scott, where a black man complied.
All right, we got Rolly doing the kumbaya. Interesting.
On a routine traffic stop, and the family is then having a funeral.
Yeah, and this kid survived. So let me tell you, whenever we do these videos, I like to take your listeners and viewers into the video, because what you don't see here, and this gets back to police training, this is a problem with police training. There is not one cop there who is trying to de-escalate the situation.
It was.
What's the rush? He's in the car. He's not going anywhere. He wants to see a supervisor. In most jurisdictions, once you ask for a supervisor, all police conduct stops unless he is a threat to himself or a threat to the officer or to the community. So you wait there until the supervisor comes. Now, technically, he's got to obey a police order. But the fact that he disobeys a police order in most jurisdictions is a violation or a misdemeanor. And again, what is the rush? Why break the window and grab him out and take him out? Because they've been trained that once you disobey a police order or directive, then all bets are off. You can use force, sometimes deadly force inappropriately, in order to get compliance to a police order that may be innocuous, may not mean anything. If his light was out, you give him a ticket and you keep going. But that's not what they did. No de-escalation. And so the training in police departments across this country have got to have a de-escalation factor in there, where you may not like him disagreeing with you or not agreeing with your order, but he's exercising his constitutional right. He's not threatening you. He doesn't have a gun. What's the rush? And so often these police departments are in a rush to not only enforce the law, but to have the opportunity to use force in making an arrest. It's just really highly inappropriate. Until that training changes, Roland, we're going to keep looking at videos like this in the future.
Well, and they also, Rebecca, get pissed off and angry that you dare question them. You dare question their authority. And so, and again, if you watch, we played the video. He doesn't escalate the situation. And what's crazy is when you listen to it, the first cop talking reasonable until he says, "Can I see a supervisor?" When the second cop comes along, he goes, "You know what? Talking reasonable until, until he asks for a supervisor." And then he goes, "Okay, busted." And it's like, to Scott's point, what the hell are you rushing for? Why does it have to escalate to where you bust the window, you're dragging them out, you slam them down? That's one of the things we say, okay, you want a supervisor? We're going to call a supervisor. Because you're trying to de-escalate, Rebecca. But these cops don't want to do that, Rebecca.
So I'm going to pick a fight here and disagree with Scott. Scott, you're wrong. This has nothing to do with training. We could train until the cows come home, and guess what's going to happen? These racist institutions are going to be racist institutions, and there's going to continue to be outsized violence against people of color, specifically Black folks and Black men, especially when it comes to their interactions with law enforcement. This has nothing to do with training. The next thing that I would say is, over the years, times. We have covered countless stories like this. And afterwards, regardless if it's a quote unquote positive outcome, i.e. someone didn't die, or it is a negative outcome where there was death of a Black person at the hands of law enforcement, we routinely see the Black family get up, they invoke God almost as if it's to appeal to the white nationalists in this country that supports this type of racism through law enforcement towards Black men.
Ant said that cop want to go home at night, etc. That nigga had tent in a closed door. It wasn't tinted that bad, but he said that his window was broken. The irony in that is that his window ended up getting broken.
In this country. And at some point, the Black community, my community, our community is going to be sick and tired, because it doesn't matter if we're dressed up, if we're dressed down, if we're obeying commands or not obeying commands. If the end point is certain death because of a routine interaction with law enforcement, something has to give.
Yeah, no, we can both be right, by the way, Rebecca. You know, Raylan, one other thing real quick is this. When the police put you on the ground and put a knee in your back and put hands on your face and are punching you to get you to comply, it is physiologically impossible to comply, because when your head is pushed to the ground, your face to the ground, your body naturally reacts to push up, to breathe, to push up, to not have discomfort. And police automatically read that as non-compliance, which means they use force to bring you in.
They explained this to women that claim that they're victims of violence 24/7. It's crazy. But let's go.
And forget that this is a routine traffic stop over a light. That's all it is. This isn't a murder suspect.
Right.
And so we can both be right. We need to get better. Please, it's just tough, man. It's tough to be Black in America.
Yeah, and again, was a headlight. Your headlights weren't on. This is Joe.
Oh, they cut them on.
Here's this is literally how easy that was.
Lit that man's head up. Oh, they headlight was on. You know, type of headache he got, he definitely need to head over to hempforfitness.com. They lit his head up. He got a headlight for sure. Right.
You get pulled over. Hey, sir, I pulled you over because I noticed your headlights were not on. This is inclement weather, and then when you have weather like this here, the law states you need your headlight on because the car in front of you and behind you need to be able to see your car because it's gray, it could be raining. So just a reminder, sir, keep your headlights on in inclement weather. Have a good day. That's literally the fucking stop.
Right.
That's it.
It could have been.
That's it.
Yeah, it could have been.
That's it.
Let me first of all.
Hold on. So, Joe, let me add. That's if that was your intention for the stop, Joe. Joe, go ahead.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. There's your big if. So, first of all, I want to shout out the.
Well, I don't think the officer took particular attention until bro tries to be a wise guy. He tried to be a wise guy.
Officer, white cat in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, who pulled me over a couple weeks ago when I was caught red-handed speeding as I was running to get something while we were getting ready to move our daughter from South Carolina to Louisville, Kentucky. And he was just as nice and as respectful as he can be. He had me dead to rights, and I knew he was going to give me a ticket, and the brother just gave me a warning. So I said, thank you. I appreciate being reminded of those types of things. Now, I agree with Scott's point about compliance, the point that you're making about compliance. It's impossible to comply because there are natural reflexes. And here's the biggest problem next door to this whole thing. Listen, I am certain that the sucker punch was not in the report, right? So the problem that they have is that they told a different story in that report than what it is that ultimately came out. They didn't expect that to come out because, he went ahead and he pled within 24 hours because he kind of didn't know, how else to deal with it or whatever. And I'm contact. That's always an important thing. The problem becomes when police officers make this leap from quote non-compliance. There's an argument that, okay, is he not compliant because he asked for an officer, because he answered a question with a question? There's a matter of the compliance issue, but then they take this leap to their safety somehow. It's an ego thing. Right. It's not and I think it's a race thing too.
Yep.
Often, but it's
ego because for one of the cops that participated in this was a black cop.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And when it comes to that, the color's blue, right? You know what I mean? I mean, look at what they're saying in the press conference. We're not surprised that they're not getting that they're not going to be prosecuted. And so it's an ego thing. He jumps over from non-compliance to being in a threat for actual safety, and now you do what it is that you do, and it's something that they don't want to answer for, right? So if you're sheepish about it and you don't write reports out fully and totally, when something comes out that you didn't want to come out, you punched him in the car, you punched him when you got him out of the car, and they're for you.
Oh, you forgot. Also, we saw a knife. You didn't see the knife.
Oh, yeah. We saw knife? Marijuana and marijuana thing. Okay, well, if he spoke of marijuana, he probably more calm as opposed to less. Let's keep it real. It wasn't all of that, right? To your point, it wasn't all of that. And that's not something that they had to do. And because what some people will do, particularly the white MAGAs, y'all, hey, how y'all doing? Just in case y'all watching. What y'all do is you'll say, well, he didn't comply. He wasn't perfect. He wasn't this. He wasn't that. As long as you put the same standard to the officer that's supposed to know what to do,
right,
and that is responsible legally for doing X or Y or Z, and he's supposed to know because that's what he does all day, every day.
Yep.
If you say it that way, I can disagree with you, but at least you're consistent, but you don't hear them saying that.
Absolutely. And so let me. So first of all, Joe, that's cool that it happened with you. I ain't quite. Well, actually, I ain't do like you do. So first of all, what happened?
I can't even go bang on no cop.
No. So what happened? First of all, was he hiding and he clocked you? Is that what happened?
To be honest with you, I was making a beeline to the stove, picking up some stuff when the movers were getting ready to come and the whole thing, trying to get back. So I didn't see where he came from.
See that.
Off the street I turned off of, but it was a residential neighborhood.
Right.
I was doing about 55 and a 30, dead to rights. He had me.
Right.
He was totally respectful. Very cool, but I'm not gonna give him no reason to bang on me in any event.
Right.
But I shouldn't be so relieved they did the right thing. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
I had one that was a little different. I was a little different. I was leaving. We had some meetings of the black former students at Texas A&M and College Station, and I'm trying to get back to Dallas. And I think I was trying to get back to Dallas to watch the game. I forgot what it was. Well, let's just say I was coming. I wasn't Waco yet, and this cars in front of me was just going way too slow. I was driving.
They probably roasted Roly Poly up. They probably roasted him.
I think I had a Mazda Miata. I can't remember. And so I hopped over. I'm doing about 85 straight up. I ain't lying. And see, I think I went ahead and got the ticket because it actually makes for a better story. So what happened was, I'm not, Rebecca, why are you shaking your head, Rebecca? I'm serious.
Oh, I got stories about pretextually being pulled over by police.
No. So I'm doing about 85, and I look over, and I see it's a cop. Then I was like, shit, he already got me. So I sped up. Right. So, I did. I did. I sped up and I was like, well, hell, I'm already on the side of him. And I know he probably put over, like, I know he did not just speed up, but I did. So, so I went ahead and, did, I don't know, I took some class or whatever the hell, but I figured
You traffic score, or you just pay it out?
Yeah, I traffic sound or something, but I figured it made for a better.
Roly poly yoly. You said Roly Coley got fatter. Hey, look. Oh man. Oh, that's who I need to check. Who said something about this? Let's see. We got to see if Tariq Nasheed said something about this. That's the main person. All right, we got one more video we gotta dip in on, and then we're gonna move on to the other side of the content. All right, is Hulk Hogan racist? Is the Hulkster racist?
You're a victim. You're a victim.
Here we go.
A lot of people ain't trying
You're
to hear
a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
A lot of people ain't trying to hear it. Shout outs to LT Man dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for always supporting Player Talk Radio. And make sure you guys hit the link that is pinned to the top of the chat and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Head over to HEMPFOR fitness.com. So you won't end up like this brother. He should have head over to hempforfitness.com before. He should have head over to hempforfitness.com after. That punch in the face was unruly. Shout outs to LT Man for supporting the show. Let me tell you where we headed. We headed where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside.
Where the money reside, where the money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked what the what? Where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside, where the money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay? Okay?
Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm surprised we're actually getting this level of commentary from Rolly. All right. Let me let this finish real quick, and let's see what Flex is talking about.
Still be pulling off. Yeah, I didn't slow down and get behind him because he was just going too damn slow, okay? It was an open road. It was a Saturday. Damn it, I had somewhere to go. All right. Straight up.
And I have to say, I didn't speed all the way to Louisville. He affected me. 10 hours, I didn't speed.
I did. What'd you say, Rebecca?
I thought you should have left earlier, then you didn't have to speed.
Oh, hell no. I would have been still speeding. I would have left earlier. What the hell are you talking about? Damn it. If the odometer said it went to 140, I only was doing 85. It didn't like when I drove before to Dallas to Houston, I hit 110. I'm just saying. I mean, it happens.
Keep talking. Keep talking.
No, I'm just telling you. It was a Saturday. I was going home and it was an open highway and I was, had the top down, put that bad boy cruise control on 110. When I got to Houston, my brother was like, how in the hell you get here that fast? He said, you came from Dallas.
Right.
Dallas to Houston is about 4 hours, 15 hour house. I did it at 305. He was like, how did your ass? Like, hey, cruise control worked. All right, I got to.
Did you slow up after you got stopped? When you pulled off, did you slow up then, or did you?
No. First of all, no, you got to. No, you got him because you still in the town limit. But then once you get to the next town, hell, you can go ahead and take off because he ain't got.
Hello, I'm Isaac Hayes III, founder and CEO.
All right, goddamn, Rolly, goddamn. Now look at this, y'all. This is interesting. This is interesting because I head over to Tariq Nasheed's channel, and I don't see him. I don't see him talking about this at all. Now this is interesting. I would like to see what he said about Obama and the boys. Bumbleclot Bammy Babble, that's funny. He's going in on Roland right here. Why has Pan-Africanism been abandoned? That should be interesting. Should we mourn Hulk Hogan? Let's actually start with that one. We're going to transition over to Hulk Hogan. Is Hulk Hogan racist, y'all? I'm going to check the poll soon. Let's see what Flex got to say. Let's go.
We have Mama Jersey. We have Kevin Smith. We have On Cold Brother, Rhonda, Deneen, Maroc.
Right, Anthony.
New Black Media. We have Brother Malcolm, C. Lou, Yvette. We have Highland. We have Lando. We have Cousin Jerry in the building, the atavist, the prototype.
You know, he about to go in on Hogan. Why you got the black man crying over Hogan? Damn, can us wrestling fans have anything? Fuck. Shit, if anything, it's more white people crying over Hogan. Which I don't blame him neither. Hogan really saved the patriotic spirit of America. Hogan really, you know what I'm saying? Hogan. Why you got the coon black guy crying? Man, listen, man. Y'all are dead wrong for this. I get it, Hogan was racist, but come on now.
Yeah, so Vegas.
God damn.
Vegas got to lighten up. People are like, damn, Vegas. But yeah, we're going to the Beyonce concert out here this weekend. So I got to find me.
Yeah, Brooke Hogan was pretty bad back in the day.
A cowboy hat out here.
He wasn't trying to let her be a diva.
I'm going to be dressed like a full.
See, if the girls were wrestling like how they're wrestling now, I think he would have been okay with Brooke Hogan kind of there. But the women weren't wrestling like how they were wrestling now. You know? I would rather my daughter be in the WWE now, you know, than back then. Speaking of WWE, we might watch SmackDown soon over on Rumble. You know, heavy commentary though. By the way,
Mexican.
See how that goes.
I got me some boots. I got me a shirt with some Western little designs on it. I got me a belt.
Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Damn, we can't have nothing, man. And they wasted no time, too. I know he died on the anniversary of his racist rant, but they wasted no time going in on Hogan.
Belt buckle with a Texas Longhorn on it. I'm going to be looking like I'm about to hit a pinata. But I'm out here in Vegas chilling. Shout out to Vegas. A lot of stuff we do have to get into. What's up, Sister Nikki the God? I see you, dear. Nikki the God, I see you, beloved. A lot of stuff we got to get into. Main thing, Hulk Hogan passed away. Wrestling, quote, legend. They call him a legend. He was a wrestling icon. And he passed away at age 71. Was it heart failure? I forgot what it was. I forgot what it
Kevin Gates' voice.
was
Cardiac
for
arrest.
exactly. But Hulk Hogan's legacy, a lot of people have been criticizing him the day of his passing. A lot of people have been criticizing him because his legacy was tarnished by his anti-black racism, as it should be tarnished. His legacy was tarnished by his vile anti-black racism that was exposed. And he's been struggling trying to get back in the public lexicon and get in on good graces ever since, and he's been struggling. He never got back in. They let him back in the WrestleMania, the Wrestling Hall of Fame or something like that in 2018, but the damage is done. His legacy is sullied because of his anti-black racism that was revealed, as it should be. Now, there have been some Sambos. We got to talk about this. What's up with some of you Sambos out here bucking your eyes, being nostalgic about your childhood growing up watching Hulk Hogan? I knew you grew up with him in the 80s. I did too. And people are, I've seen some Sambos make excuses. It don't matter. He's still an icon. I screwed up on him. Everybody have bad days now. People say things they really don't mean, and ain't all of us a little piece of.
All right, see me, I wasn't that bad. I just let y'all know I'm just fucked up behind that he got killed. Well, that he died, and also I said he said some racist shit. Lord have mercy. He didn't want his daughter. And the dude wasn't even really black. I guess he was like light skinned black. I forgot. I remember seeing him on the I'll show y'all this thing.
Racist
We're gonna get
too.
into that next.
Oh, come on now. Oh, I've been seeing some people bucking them eyes. What's happening? Come on now. Yeah, when you start a sentence off, Hulk Hogan is racist, but okay, before you finish that sentence, please wipe off the butter biscuit crumbs off your chin and think about what you're gonna say next. Ain't no but. Shit. He's racist, period. And he needs to hold that L. Stop trying to save these people. I don't give a damn about no nostalgia. Listen, people make it seem like all Hulk Hogan did was say the N word. He said that, and it got a little more vile. Like,
He went crazy. He started adding shit onto it too. Now I get it. He's racist. I'm looking at it from a wrestling standpoint, though. I just got back into watching wrestling, and this happens. LT Man said, I could say a lot about this. I'm just gonna say, isn't everybody in this world a little bit racist against someone? Right, right. And he said the same thing too. He's like, I think we're all a little racist. I mean, and everybody to a certain degree are gonna want or be their race first, or at least, like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said, racism is rooted in genetic annihilation, the fear of genetic annihilation. People fear that people that look like them might not be no more. Not saying it justifies them to be racist, but look, you can't get mad at somebody that doesn't want to see an image of themselves. But people do it all the time. If you're sleeping with somebody else, or you got mixed kids and stuff like that, or your children, that's not necessarily a image of yourself, you know. So I don't know how this is gonna, I don't know how this is gonna move because, like I said, people are selectively, I think this Hogan thing, to a certain degree, yes, he is racist. I'm gonna say this for the umpteenth time, but I think it's still a bit of selective outrage. A lot of people they didn't watch wrestling like that. But Hulk Hogan transcended past wrestling into pop culture and into all kinds of other stuff. It's okay to be disappointed in him. And I get that, you know. But hey. And they erased his legacy. They wiped his legacy clean out of the Hall of Fame and stuff like that. Plus, a lot of wrestlers don't like him. We're going to talk about that. A lot of wrestlers don't like him. He stiffed a lot of people. He destroyed a lot of stuff. He was very selfish. Wasn't putting any wrestlers over him. But then again, he could have been under the impression that he's in the business where he has to be selfish. But I don't know. Recently, I was telling you guys about him that I was looking at something that involved him, and because he had like something going on where he had to kind of split the he had to kind of I don't know, there was something going on where his name is Hulk, and he had to kind of he said, that's not gonna work for me, brother. You got me, brother. Nah, he just got the rights to his name back. He was just talking about how he got the rights to his name back from like the Hulk, the movie, like the Hulk. So I'm like, dang, yeah, how does that carry over, Memorabilia, and you're literally named Hulk. He said, well, think about this guy's Papa John's. Papa John's is racist. Yep. Right, LT man. It's selective outrage, man.
We know that there was like a sex tape that was released. I don't know. I think his
No, it was
wife
a
might have put
slimy
it. I don't know.
guy. He was messing with his friend's wife, but they were swingers. And it was quote unquote consensual, yo.
Who was behind the sex tape, but in this tape, this was private conversations. He kept using the N-word, expressing anger about his daughter
I ain't gonna
Brooke.
lie. They say he was using the N-word during the sex tape too. I'm like, God damn. I mean, black people, I hope you should know that people have a nigger fest when you're not around. I mean, that's just the part of life. That's urban culture also in America. I saw this white kid beat up his stepdad and was calling him a nigger. And I'm sorry. When your kids start talking like that, you know they gone. You know they rebelling. Yeah, Gawker went down. Yeah, I forgot all about Gawker until I started doing research on this again. I had to transmute myself Back to when all this stuff was happening. And I ain't gonna lie, I laughed listening to Hogan say the N word. Same way I laughed listening to Mel Gibson say it. Same way I laughed listening to Kramer say it. Same way I laughed listening to a bunch of people say it. It was funny.
Dating a black man. Oh, that usually gets to these guys. Yeah, they'll act inclusive until that daughter is bobbing down on some soul pole, and then the real them come.
That's why he went off. Brooke Hogan was a mud duck or a
Comes
mud
right on
shark.
out. But yeah, he said in his own words, I am racist to a point. Effing N words. So the National Enquirer bust him out, Radar Online.
And it's only funny because it's coming from Hulk Hogan, brother. That's why it's funny.
When that became revealed, WWE, they terminated his contract and they removed him from the Hall of Fame. He tried to say that didn't reflect his beliefs, but see, there was another conversation that was revealed when he had a jailhouse phone conversation with his son Nick. His son was incarcerated.
He
So
got locked up. His son was cool. His son had a Supra. I like this Supra.
his son had hit somebody. I think his son hit somebody, something like that. And Hulk Hogan was like, yeah, if we get reincarnated, yeah, bad karma. So I'm gonna paraphrase a little bit, but yeah, he was saying something about negative karma because of them hitting somebody, and he don't want the family to come back as black people. Yeah, so that's some real deep. That's beyond just the N word. That's some deep seated hatred. You're up there talking to your son, and he's trying to use little code words while talking to his son, who was in jail, and he kept referring to, kept using the N word and talking about black people this, black people that, and yeah, he was like, yeah, we don't want to come back with negative karma. Yeah, we don't want to come back in a new life as black people.
Well, I mean, the black fans are going crazy over Brooke Hogan. They did have a show. So, he go, he go. I don't know. I don't know. His daughter did want to be a 304, so, and she did have a slight music career.
Something of that effect. So yeah, F him. Rest in piss. Yeah, we don't have to say that. That's what y'all want to cape for because you watched WrestleMania as a kid. Listen, it's important for us to not dismiss that anti-black racism, even if you're a fan of the guy. Because listen, accountability matters. Even these so-called iconic figures, they got to be held accountable for their racist hate speech. Hulk Hogan's documented use of the N-word, that shows explicit racism. That's not just ignorance or just a misstep and he made a mistake. No, there was normalized racism coming from him. That's just straight up racism.
Yeah, I gotta give it to him. He was a bit racist.
And talking like that.
What's crazy? I mean, I think all of them. I mean, because wrestling is a racist sport. There's a lot of undertones there. But I used to think Undertaker was racist. Undertaker cool as hell. Mark Calloway. Just certain people, certain wrestlers, it's like you could tell. But I used to think Undertaker was. Nah, Undertaker was actually pretty cool. A lot of black people didn't have nothing bad to say. I think somebody else, another black guy, was like, they thought he was racist too, and he wasn't. Now, one that took me for a surprise, but really didn't, because it happens all the time. Racist people work with black people all the time, so it's not like, they be running from niggas and shit. But Uh, we were talking about him on the last show, Farouk. Um, Bradshaw, they said Bradshaw is racist, but he worked with Farouk, you know. But that don't mean anything, you know. But I think it got to a point where Hogan just had to love everybody. You know, when you become a superstar like that, and you got a lot of black fans that's like, oh my God, he has a daughter. Keep your nigga hands away from my daughter. Hey man, what's going on, degenerate? A lot of wrestlers, I'm pretty sure, are racist. Bret Hitman Hart, Lex Luger. Nature of the sport. Hell, they probably went to WCW and didn't like some of the Latino wrestlers and stuff like that, like my boy Conan, Rey Mysterio, and stuff like that. You know, I used to think Kevin Nash and Scott Hall were probably like that. Not from like a fan perspective. I'm talking about the back room, you know, behind the scenes, you know. WCW had a different kind of atmosphere though. But
That's
let's
not
go.
just a personal opinion. That's he's dehumanizing people. He's dehumanizing us. You know, that reinforces systematic oppression and trauma. Your nostalgia of him when you growing up, that don't negate the pain inflicted by those words now. And y'all excuse me, I got a little cold. Y'all might hear me a little sinusy.
So don't forget, Teddy, Nature Boy called Teddy Long the N word. Oh shit, referee Teddy Long. Yeah, Vince McMahon said my nigga to John Cena too, which was hilarious. You know, edgy stuff, man, edgy stuff, y'all. But I can't lie, there is selective outrage behind that. You know, I'm not saying let anybody just run around and be racist, but there is selective outrage behind that. WCW was more racist than the WWE behind the scene. That's what I'm saying. I'm like the WCW. It was a lot crazier stuff going on. But you had guys that would check people. I mean, you had your Booker T's and Stevie Ray's. You had a lot of your Latino, you know, up and coming Latino talent. Not too many Japanese wrestlers was over at WCW. You know, WWF kind of had a little bit more Japanese wrestlers and stuff. Even now with the women's division, man, they be saying a bunch of racist shit to Io Sky. They were calling her Chinese, and she one of the dudes in the audience, and she's like, "I'm Japanese, bitch." I said, "Damn." And then you know it's part of script writing too, so.
Yeah, my nose is a little nasally, and especially out here in these casinos where they be smoking cigarettes, that makes it worse. So if I'm a little nasally, y'all bear with me. But listen, the main reason why we shouldn't give that a pass, and by the way, everybody give me a retweet.
What's going on, Link? I'm getting that body count down. Link, yo, Tariq wrong for this damn thumbnail, man. He wrong as hell for this damn thumbnail.
Everybody give me a retweet. Let folks know that I am live right now. Everybody give me a retweet. But family, one of the reasons why we don't give him a pass, because the dominant society don't give us no damn passes. If we do something, boy, they make us hold that goddamn L. Boy, they make us hold the shit out of that L. Even if the accusations ain't even true, we got to hold L's. Like Bill Cosby. They put a stain on Bill Cosby's legacy. Bill Cosby is free as a bird right now. All that shit got dismissed. Wasn't even guilty of none of that bullshit. But they're still making him hold that stain of the
Yeah,
accusations.
he kind of
You
disappeared.
understand? Did he? The stain of them Ricos are still
What's
hit.
going on, Auntie? Good to see you, bro. Yeah, Steven from Django. Yeah, you said Booker T also called Hulk Hogan a nigga. Neither here nor there. Whether or not somebody should mourn another person is their choice. I agree with that too, Auntie. I agree with it. I agree with it, man.
Hitting Diddy. He's still in jail now. He should have been out of jail. They should have let him bail out of jail, but he got found not guilty of those damn RICO charges. They had to get some little weak ass tricking charges on him, which should be a nothing burger.
Not a
But the thing is, they put a negative stain on Diddy that's going to stay with Diddy for the rest of his life and the rest of his career. See, yeah, our people who are entertainers, they're condemned and held accountable by any perceived wrongdoing and excusing
shout outs to Auntie in the building. Make sure you guys subscribe to Auntie's secondary channel, The Boiler Room. Let's get it.
Hulk Hogan's racism. That creates inconsistency. Damn that. Let him hold that L in life and death. Let him keep holding that L. It should be universal. Nostalgia, that doesn't override impact. Childhood memories. I know, oh, you grew up on Hulk Hogan. You and your homies used to sit there, go home and watch the
That's the
wrestling
whole
and all.
point why he
Yeah, I
was
know.
why he
I
was
know.
ranting
That's your childhood.
King Pigs.
But the thing is, you got to understand full legacy, not just thinking about your past affection. You got to understand the full legacy. And Hulk Hogan, he wasn't just a fan favorite. This was a cultural force. This was somebody who was very influential using that kind of language. So you got to understand that normalizes racism. So silence or excuses, that allows that normalization to persist. So we don't want that. We don't want that to happen. And we got to understand, when you dismiss that kind of racism, that hinders progress. See, when racism is brushed aside, even in a nostalgic context, that discourages honest dialogue and healing. And when you hold public figures accountable, that encourages cultural growth, and that discourages future tolerance of that bullshit. So you got to use his ass as an example. Send a message. If you are anti-black racist, you're gonna hold the damn L for the rest of your career. We got to be on that. That's power. We got to stop being afraid of power moves and inflicting some type of societal punishment on people who denigrate us. That's what other people do. You can't say, you say something about a Jewish person, they're gonna make you hold that damn L. You understand? You say something about an Asian person, they're gonna make you hold that L.
That's true.
Yeah, we got to do the damn same. Equal standards across racial lines. Yeah. They make us own the shit for life. R. Kelly, everybody. Those same standards are going to apply to those white figures. Racism from any public figure, regardless of race, should be addressed with the same seriousness. But why are black people out here? Why are some black people out here with the cape on, looking like Steven from Django, trying to remand people, telling them, oh, don't worry about his racism. Everybody be saying stuff. They don't, the Lord knows his heart now. Okay. Listen, Sambos. During slavery, and in colonization, white approval was very important. And a lot of black survival depended on reading white emotions and seeking approval from the benevolent master or the good white boss or the good white officer. So there's some people who got this coping mechanism. Oh, all white people ain't bad. So that was your Hulk Hogan was your white savior. He was the idol that you could like, and he wasn't like the rest of them. Boy, he's a strong hero, and he's cool, and he likes everybody, and He ain't like the rest of them, see? And you got let down, and you don't want to accept that you got let down by your white hero. See, white figures, they've always been positioned as heroic archetypes in the media and in schooling and everything else. Superman, Hulk Hogan, Mr. Rogers, all this shit. White characters were always positioned as saviors, heroes, the moral compasses in the media. So a lot of black kids, you grew up identifying with these people because really in the 80s, who did we have in the media like that? You didn't really have no black equivalents with that same type of moral superiority, a universal appeal.
You had the Mr. T's. You had a couple of them. All right, let me catch up on the comments real quick. LT Man said, listening in the background and shopping for groceries. I know that's right. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. I wonder, LT Man, do you know about sorrow? I was talking about it the other day. It's like a drink that's from, I know they drink it in Jamaica, but I'm pretty sure it's universal. But I know everybody in the Caribbean knows it. You right? I think it's spelled Sorrel. Purple drink. Really good for you. You said Mike Vick served time, and they still, yeah. I just saw a clip with Mike Vick. You did? Hogan's legacy in sports entertainment is undeniable. Yeah, it's not like he went out like Benoit. You know, now what Benoit did, that shit, like, if he wasn't as good as a wrestler as he was, and cool, you know, with the whole Eddie Guerrero and stuff, the Radicals and the Horsemen and stuff, Benoit would have been done. Oh, it would have been over with for Benoit. Right, Auntie. Yeah, I mean, I get it, the white savior complex. That is true, Auntie. Damn, you cook. Hey, yo, Auntie cooking in the chat, y'all. Auntie is cooking in the chat.
Back in those days, you really didn't have it like that. You know, analyzing these.
Do you mean sorrow or sorrow? Not sorrow. I go through sorrow too. I live in sorrow. It's crazy.
White saviors, that disarms a lot of black people emotionally and makes you vulnerable to betrayal. When that hero turns out to be a racist, that shatters illusions and that causes some internal shame.
Yeah, this is the thing, Auntie. I kind of threw him in the boat. I kind of threw him in the boat of Kramer, Mel Gibson. A lot of people running around yelling nigga. God damn, it'd be some of the people's last words before they die. Just for random. When they just need something to say and yell. The word nigga just comes to mind. It's just that we were getting into a day and age where you got technology and more people being recorded and stuff like that, you know? I'm not going to lie. Now it's easier to be recorded. You know, back in the day, if somebody catch you on tape saying that shit, that's on some espionage type shit. You know? And people wasn't used to being recorded 24/7 like that. I remember reading a video game magazine, and they were saying that, you know, with the PS2, when the PS2 was out, they said in a couple of years, people are going to have 3 different devices in their house that has a camera and can record them. You know, so Hulk Hogan and all, you know, he's an old nigga at that time. So all the older cats, they were getting caught on camera just in recording, just, you know, It's just they start getting caught on camera doing them. You know, what's going on, Party? Good to see you, bro. Welcome to the show. Party said niggas get paid by motherfuckers that call them nigga at home. That's some real shit. And then also too, look at Chief Keef. You got a whole audience full of people looking at him dead in the eye, saying all his lyrics right back to him. It just is what it is. Look at what the I didn't even get a chance to really do something on that. We're gonna cover that on a future show. Look at the Breakfast Club and what they were doing in Neon. Look at the Breakfast Club and what they were how they tried to treat Neon. There's nigga bombs all over the damn place. You sitting up there getting mad, you just gonna crash out and go to jail. For people that don't give a damn about their own race like that. Honestly, it's just crazy. What is race loyalty to a certain degree in 2020? In 2025. Aunt T says Tariq will go the fuck off if his daughter brings home a Brad. So should he get canceled or spit on? Yeah, like he ain't gonna make snarky remarks. So I mean, it's like that with all races. Right, Auntie. Party said niggas be calling white folks cracker in public and the internet. Yeah, yeah. That's why you got a lot of them running around saying, why can't we just say it? And I'm not gonna say the N word is the only successful thing niggas protected, but shit. What's going on, Miss V? Good to see you. Say who is that the ugly guy crying over Hogan? He's supposed to be Stefan from the Django, but Tariq Nasheed is using it as ammo because a lot of black people are defending Hogan and they mad that Hogan passed away. But ironically, it's on the anniversary of those tapes being leaked. So this had the tape came out. It was from 2005. I think the tape came out in like what 2015 or 2012. So they've been going in on the Hulkster, y'all, brother. They've been going in on the Hulkster. I never shamed the recently deceased. Yeah, they're still going through that transition phase. Regardless of my opinions of them, mainly out of respect for the grieving process of right. You know, I separate the Hulkster from the wrestler that we know. You know, the character that we like. You know, that 10 bell salute on SmackDown was crazy. You know, you said what's better, the hard R being a puppet / human, shields for the that you could call a nigga that you call nigga anyway. Telling your daughter she shouldn't procreate with blacks is okay. But back then we live in a new time. Shit, now they still go in on it. They call the sisters mud ducks, mud sharks. You know, it's Leo season. Shout outs to Miss V in the building. Shout outs to Raven in the building. Yeah, man, it comes in threes, bro. Toya, what's going on? Shout outs to Toya in the building. Yeah. Toya said, shout outs to my fellow Leo. Hulk Hogan would have been 72 August 11. Dang. I think where he fucked up was that he left the hospital to be at home. You know, he left the hospital to be at home. Right, Auntie. Right, Raven. Shit, some people say Tony Storm is racist. I love Tony Storm. You know, but we're going to get into it.
So
Let's go.
cats try to make excuses.
Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show, y'all. 3 hours and 20 minutes into the madness. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Good to see you guys. I'm having a not so good weekend, but it's good to see everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
Don't make excuses, just accept it. I know there's a lot of black people who desire a safe space in a very
Right, Auntie.
hostile world. You know, in a system where anti-black racism is present.
And he did apologize for it, but same way he shouldn't have done it, and it was a mistake. You know, people don't have to accept your apology, you know, but he manned up to it and he apologized for
In
it.
every damn where. This idea that there's some white allies there's some, you know, it gives you a psychological mental escape hatch, like some kind of white sanctuary. You know, there's some cool white people, but don't think that you're gonna get a white sanctuary somewhere where you're gonna be cool. So let's get out of that coping fantasy nonsense. Because this shit is real. He's a damn racist. Your idol was a goddamn anti-black racist who thought lesser of black people. Accept that and move on. Stop making excuses for it. Get the butter biscuit crumbs off your goddamn mouth. Shame on any Negro sitting up here trying to reprimand people for righteously calling out that man in his death. He just died now.
See, this is what Auntie was talking about. That's also going to be a part of the this FBA stuff, you know, forcing race loyalty, you know. But let's go.
Have some sympathy. Sympathy to these nuts. Have nothing. I am cool. We don't owe nobody nothing. Let me get some calls from the family in here. Y'all raise your hands. Raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get those hands up. It was the big Jew. All right, let's get the big Jew in here. All right. The big Jew, hop on in, the big Jew. Mr. Big Jew. Oh, you didn't want to get on? That's all right. Let's get HBK. Okay, hold on. HBK, hop on in.
Heartbreak Kid.
All right. Hop on in. And then we'll get Benny.
That T-App fucking up everybody's social credit party. Shout outs to Party. That T-App fucking up everybody's social credit.
HBK, unmute your mic.
Toya, did you download the T-App? What's the T?
Hey, how's it going? Tariq, how's it going, family?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. It's my birthday today, so this is a pretty good way to start out my day.
Happy birthday.
I appreciate you. You know, my field is wrestling with racism. I view racism through the lenses of professional wrestling, as it is very so much parallel with America. It's a very unique thing. Been doing it for quite a while. And Hulk Hogan is a man that transcended this sport to where it is today.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, a lot of people would not be talking about pro wrestling if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
One thing about professional wrestling is it is an escape for people who, especially American Negroes, who maybe what this is a nerdy type thing, and it's a safe space from them. Pro wrestling is an escape, and so they do get sucked into the lifestyle. They do get sucked into the entertainment. However, it is times like this to where you have to bring yourself into reality. Hulk Hogan was a man that a lot of people admired. Yet, especially for American Negroes, he viewed us as the N word. Our children, me, grew up watching and admiring this man, and this is the exact way that he view us today. Professional wrestling is a white supremacist sport. It's a fake scripted sport. We already know that foundational black Americans are the most athletic, charismatic, and entertaining people in this world, and intriguing people in this world. And we should be represented and presented as such in a fake scripted sport. You could
Oh
never,
my
they would
God.
never portray a black man
Here we go.
like they portray Hulk Hogan, a real American, a real hero.
Well, The Rock kind of did that, and you got you got a bunch of Samoans in there right now, somewhat doing the same thing, and we're in a different era right now. Like, what's up with black people wanting the white man to override what he got going on to put a black man on top, knowing damn well they will have some type of complaints for that also. Yeah, but he didn't do it right. Yeah, like he said it last week, right? Here we go.
And I think that's important because right now, wrestling is trash. And I believe that the only thing that could save it is American Negroes. It's showing that we have the intrigue and they won't do it. So that's why I wrestle with racism.
Yeah.
You know, it's a
Wrestling with
major problem.
racism.
It's a major problem because what we finding is we being X'd out. And we are actually being X'd out by these other melanated people. Tariq, so I appreciate you for instilling in me the importance of delineation because America is using these people to completely undermine us specifically and continue this band-aid right here in 2025 that there isn't a race problem in America.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My man.
I'll land on that. I keep it plain that America's problem is specifically against American Negroes.
Yes, indeed, man. Thank you so much, brother. But yeah, he made a very good point, man. For a lot of brothers, man, growing up.
Come on, Flex, brother or brother.
The pro wrestling, even though it's fake,
Come on,
that
Larry.
was like an escape mechanism. That was it allowed you
Right,
to
Auntie.
escape. You know, you can kind of immerse yourself into that wrestling world. It was a
He said, I don't see why there can't be Black Wrestling League uh with a diverse cast of black wrestlers. He said, I get irritated when niggas talk like they're arbiters of morality modern day. But if you bring up the young nigga epidemic abortion, damn it, I fucked around and said that word. There goes the stream. Black on black crime. As a black person, you're not supposed to say that, right? He said, I argued when they tried to tarnish Kobe, OJ, Michael Jackson's death. I'll do the same for Hogan. Race has nothing to do with it. Yeah. It's a different form of selective outrage.
fantastical escape from the harsh reality of racism. You know, growing up under systematic oppression, it gave you an alternate universe where the pain was theatrical and the victories were clear and justice was eventually served. If somebody did something janky, something bad happened to them, there was justice. So in a world of racism and injustice going unchecked, racism gave them a world where the bad guys usually got what was coming to them, and we liked that. You know what I'm saying? That was something that's not guaranteed in real life. We got real life villains who's constantly doing things to sabotage and harm black society, and they never get punished. They never get their just desserts. So wrestling gave us that escape to see the bad guys get punished. And a lot of black kids, you're starved for power fantasies. Traditional entertainment, they rarely cast black men as powerful or invincible or even heroic. But wrestling, it gave you those figures, people who displayed like raw strength, dominance, confidence, and that symbolism resonated deeply with black male viewers. Especially when they started to get black males like Booker T and those guys, when they would have those guys on, and The Rock. That's why The Rock blew up. You understand? That's why he became one of the biggest guys in the game, because we were looking for that.
Now, The Rock was a little bit different because The Rock was quote unquote in the Nation of Domination, which was supposed to be like the Nation of Islam, sort of, or some type of wrestling FOI group. And then, not gonna lie, as soon as he caught fire, he really gassed up on the Samoan. So hey.
And wrestling was kind of like a father-son bonding activity. A lot of you watch it
Right.
with your dad, you watch it with your uncles, you watch it with your older brother. That was
Grandma.
something that a lot of black males would get together and watch it with your homies. Monday Night Raw. Then you discuss it with your homies at school the next day. So it was a bonding thing. It was a masculine expression that really wasn't
Right.
in other institutions like that. And it was modeled after rebellion against systems of oppression. See, the classic
Right,
wrestling
Ghost Man.
storylines, what did it feature? Like an anti-establishment character, like Stone Cold versus Vince McMahon.
Yes, it's the Attitude Era.
Those who stood up to corrupt authority figures. So that echoed a lot of real life struggle that black males faced.
Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. I got you guys. We're gonna get more deeper into this. I got something lined up for you guys. Here we
So
go.
it was some deep shit. So again, people got to pry their childhood away from the reality of Hulk Hogan and who he was in real life. He was that
That's correct.
oppressor, and he had
I
that
will say that.
mindset in
I'll
real
definitely
life.
separate it.
So that's just what it is. Now, let me get some more calls in here. All right, I had somebody, the Ethiopian cat. I don't know what happened to him. There was an Ethiopian cat up here. I was going to have him on. All right. Y'all raise your hands if you are ready. Raise your hands if you are ready, ladies and gentlemen. The Big Jew, you want to try it again? We get Big Jew and Woke Pilot. The Big Jew, you want to try it one more time?
Rick, what up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, bro. What's happening?
Another day in the office. Another day in the office.
Yes, sir.
Look, I just two quick questions, and I got a little story to tell you about a immigrant Uber driver.
Oh,
But my first question is, what is the subtitle of Hidden Color 6? Like all of them have, Hidden Colors and then something, something, something. What is the subtitle for the new one?
yeah, the culture of rebellion.
The Culture of
Yeah,
Rebellion.
no, or
Okay,
the culture.
okay.
Yeah, the culture of rebellion. Go ahead.
Okay, and my second question is, you notice how, you know, Diddy was all over the news. You heard about it everywhere.
Nah,
You
it's
seen it
gone.
online and everything. But we ain't heard nothing about Vince McMahon case.
Oh, yeah.
What happened with that?
Oh, yeah.
What happened with
They
that?
got real quiet about that. Oh,
Yeah, I ain't hear about it. It was just real strange to me. Like I don't know if it's settled But my story though, I called the Uber driver. She's from Guyana, if I'm mistaken. Guyana, yeah. So I called her. Hold on, let me get on my chair. Can you still hear me?
Brother. Way too much stuff.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Hogan party made a lot. Hogan single-handedly reinstilled patriotism back in a lot of Americans. You couldn't help but have a bit of patriarchy, not patriarchy, but patriotism on you. You know, listening to his song that I am a real American. Fight for the right. He used to come out waving the USA flag. He made a lot of men feel good about defending the country, feeling good, and being an American. Shit, he had some tethers thinking they were an American. Like he really, Hogan really put on. That's why when they try to replace him with Lex Luger, Lex Luger was draped in the USA flag. They say Vince might come back and take over AEW. And then they probably do like a rivalry Triple H versus Vince. I didn't know. So I was looking at it. I didn't know WWE got sold to another company. So the McMahons don't own it anymore. They just running it. All right. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. I got you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
What's going on? I have to call back a little bit later. Brother, you got way too much stuff going on. Sound like you still in that Uber. All right, Woke Pilot. What's up, Woke Pilot?
What's up, brother Tariq? How you doing, FBA family?
We are good, brother. How are you?
Oh man, you know I'm blessed by the best. Now I wanted to tell you about like with wrestling, like you say, we was growing up. It was a way to get out of our normacies of life. So and then, like you say, when you bring the rock into it, and then because you know how we back in the day we looked at everybody as if you had some melanin in you, you black to us.
Oh yeah.
So it was a fight when they beat up Vince McMahon and Vince McMahon's son and his daughter. It was like we fighting the power structure. You see the system of white supremacy.
Right.
You see, so we all took that in growing up. You know, even today, I still show my son the old footage from back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Because remember when The Rock started out, he was in a nation with Farouk and them. They had like a Black Power type of Black Panther situation going on when they started out. You know what I mean? So
what did I just say?
Go, my man. Appreciate you. All right. All right. So let's get y'all raise those hands. Let's raise those hands. Let's get Nick. Okay, he has. What's up, Nick? All right, and then we get Benny, Ethiopian Benny in here. Ethiopian Benny. Yo, Benny, unmute your microphone, sir. Waiting on Mr. Benny. His phone is trying to load up. He has that iPhone 3.5, and it's a little janky, so we're waiting on that phone to light up and wind up. He has the world's only rotary cell phone, so we'll wait on Benny to get it together. While we're waiting on Benny, let's get Orion. Let's get Brother Orion in the building. Orion?
Yes, sir. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, Orion. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. A long time.
Honestly, there is no WWE without Hogan. Hogan could have told on Vince back in the day, and the whole WWE would have been gone. Whole WWE would have been gone. Yeah, it's crazy how Vince was writing himself into the scripts.
I'm listener, first time caller. Just want to speak on the whole Hulk Hogan situation. I know we all talked about the racism. I'm big into like podcasts and particularly talking about the old wrestling days, but just in general, just listen to all the other classic Hall of Fame
Hey y'all, Maven here.
wrestlers. Nobody really had anything good to say about him. Even Mark Halloway, who was the Undertaker, he's a big locker room guy. Even
Well, Hulk Hogan fucked over the Undertaker. We're gonna get into that.
he didn't have anything good to say about him, and this was all prior to Hulk dying. So just want to tap in real quick. I'm gonna land my plane, but
They
thank you very
did,
much.
Go ahead.
Raven.
I appreciate. All right. Um. All right. Benny, what happened to Benny? Benny, what happened to you? All right. Let's get Wild. Let's get Wild in here. Mr. Wild, what's happening? I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Mr. Wild.
They did China dirty too.
Wild, unmute your microphone, sir.
The ninth wonder of the
All
world.
right. And if you guys are ready, just raise your hand to let me know if you're ready, so I'm not just wasting time bringing in people who ain't saying nothing. All right. Let's
Yeah.
get Roderick.
Y'all
We'll
protect
get
Kevin
Roderick
Nash
from the
and
river.
Sting at all costs.
Sometimes y'all be hitting the button by mistake.
Yeah, I'm up here because I don't like the fact that so many people are
Oh
using this day to
Lord.
bash. They're using this day to bash Hulk Hogan and his death. When he
Lord, 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 Lord. Not Rodrigo. But
This is not Rodrigo. This is Roderick.
no, this is Rodrigo. All right. This is Rodrigo, the Latin tether. All right. Oh Lord. Rodrigo, what's
No, no, it's not me.
this is clearly you. Good Lord. What do you want, Rodrigo? Your name is no damn Roderick.
I'm just saying, so many people are using his death to make fun of him, but we all made racist remarks in the past. We shouldn't be held accountable for things that we did in our past. Personally, I wouldn't want my daughter to date a broke white cracker, me myself, or a broke nigga.
Okay. The first of all, speaking of broke nigga, we hear you at the Amazon warehouse right now. That's your supervisor calling you to tell you to get your ass back on there and seal them packages. All right. Speaking of broke.
No, I'm not at work right now. I'm in the
Oh,
street. I'm coming back from a function for my
oh no, yeah,
fiesta.
yeah. You coming back from being funky, from getting musty at work. You're at work right now. We
I'm
oh,
I'm not at work right now, but you're making
Oh
excuses
my
for FBA
god.
making fun of this guy's death. It's not funny.
nothing. We're not. He's
Yeah. The whole Rock. Yeah, Rock's Nation of Domination was to turn him to babyface because he was a heel, and they were like die Rocky die and all this other stuff. They were going crazy back in the day, man. Attitude era, peak attitude
well,
era.
race is like a lot of you people, and we're just charging you to the game. All right.
FBA can't be racist. By the definition, we can't be racist.
You're not FBA, sir. Stop trying to cosplay as our lineage.
I am FBA. My grandfather's from Sanford,
Oh
Florida,
no.
and he's
And
FBA, full FBA.
I keep telling you, FBA for you stands for fajitas, burritos, and avocado. All right. Make you some damn guacamole and finish your job and eat.
That's not
Yes, it
debatable.
is. Get out of here. Get your ass out of here. Lord. This dude wants to be FBA so bad. Look, man. Okay, let me see who else we got.
What's going on, Shannon B?
Let me see. You got Mud. You good, Mud? That's your name? All right, what's up, man? Hop on. You good, Mud? What's up, man?
What's going on, Terry? How you
I'm
doing?
good, man. What's happening with you?
I just wanted to speak on the whole Hulk Hogan because is it as far as wrestling because you play a character, right, when the camera's turned on, and it could be totally different from what you live in real life. Is that fair to say?
Of course.
Okay, so I just wanted to, because I feel like, when the camera's turned on, he turned into Hulk Hogan, vitamins, say your prayers, da, da, da. Okay. And a lot of people don't know that his real name is Terry, which Terry is a racist and a piece of shit, whatever, whatever. But I think we gotta kind of like, uh, is it fair to say that we could separate the two or no?
I mean, shit. Yeah, not really, because it's the same. It's the person. He's playing a character. That's his job. He's doing his job is to act. You know.
Right.
So,
Correct.
but the person, you're still looking at a person who's an damn anti-black racist who said he don't want to be reincarnated and come back as a black person. So, yeah, that don't mean anything. That don't mean anything. Just because a person is an actor, that's just his job. Because people, they idolize him and they think, that he's a stand-up guy. He stands on business because that's a character he plays. But you don't want to idolize somebody who don't stand up to the character that they're portraying. He doesn't even um, carry himself in real life like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's a big letdown for a lot of people. So if he's not honoring the character that he's portraying, which is supposed to be a character who's just and who's honest and fair, and if you can't even act like that in real life, that sullies the character too. The character ain't shit because now you already know wrestling is fake, but damn, even the integrity of the character itself is fake. So
Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Wrestling is not necessarily fake, but let me tell you something that's real. What's real is that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. Head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Get your hands on some of this CBD tea. You dig? And 40 grams of therapeutic CBD tea. Drink a cup before you go to sleep. Drink a cup when you wake up. Either way, you're going to have a relaxed day. Okay? Either way. So if you guys are into wrestling and you guys watch wrestling, always remember to head over to hempforfitness.com. Train hard, recover clean. It's Player Talk Radio. You said, do they feel some type of way because they watched and supported? Hulk Hogan is a legend, man. He got people into wrestling. He impacted pop culture, consumer culture, American culture. Yeah, Razor Ramon wasn't even Cuban. Yokozuna wasn't even Japanese. Yokozuna was Samoan. That shit is funny. Hogan was a superhero. He was up there with Superman and all of them. He-Man. It was the gimmick back in the day, y'all. Y'all had Doink the Clown, Junkyard Dog, a couple of other people, a lot of different wrestlers. My guy was Gangrel. I fucked with Gangrel. You said Bill Cosby was racist when he told them niggas to pull their pants up. They treat him like it was. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Meanwhile, they going in on Cosby and all the other American dads and people that we grew up with. You know, rest in peace to Theo. But Obama could come out here and say all kinds of crazy shit. Nobody
Yeah,
gets
you don't
on
want to rock with it.
Obama's ass.
That makes sense?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I got it. Appreciate it.
Brother. All right. Let me see who we got. Let's get y'all raise those hands. Everybody raise those hands because we are
Yeah,
in here
Yokozuna was
heavy as we
Samoan.
always are. And I appreciate everybody for staying up late to chop it up. Let's get
And I think that's also why Rikishi has his garb on, which is like a sumo
Ahmed.
garb.
Let's get Mr. Ahmed in the building. Ahmed, what's up, brother? Ahmed, if you can unmute your mic, that would be absolutely phenomenal. Ahmed, unmute your mic, sir.
What's up?
What's up, Ahmed?
How y'all doing? Not much, really. Just going this random space, and surprisingly, you got a lot of followers. To be honest, a lot of lovers. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
You got a big fan
yeah,
base.
yeah. A lot of people tune in
You sound like a white man.
every
Chose a
day.
black name
Where
that you
you from,
don't.
Ahmed?
I'm from Bahrain and Saudi.
Bahrain. Yeah, that's Michael Jackson used to be out there a lot. He used to love it out
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
there. Oh yeah.
definitely. He was my uncle's friend. To be
Oh
honest,
wow.
he had this whole. He rented out his house in Senate. It's a beautiful
Oh
house.
wow. How long you been in the U.S.?
I never came to the US ever.
Oh
Actually,
wow.
lived in. Why? Why are you surprised?
Yeah, because a lot of people are usually they come over here to visit or whatever. You still in Bahrain now?
Oh yeah, that was a minute ago, Auntie. Yeah. Sergeant Slaughter, yep. Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, I just said yes in the UK, but I never went to the. I had a chance to come to the United States to start a master's degree. Maybe that's going to happen like 2026, but we'll see. Maybe if I have free time.
What else is on?
So yeah, I didn't hear that.
I
What's
said,
up?
what else is on your mind tonight? What's on your mind?
Not much really. Gonna be like traveling for a cousin in Qatar. He's gonna get married and all that. Got to attend his pretty much wedding, and I got some days off of work. So yeah, it's a great thing. What are you up to? No disrespect, but like,
As always,
do I but
party stay
like, are
cooking.
you an important person or VIP or a popular figure, singer, artist, something?
Yeah, I'm pretty important. I'm pretty important. I'm pretty influential out here in the United States. So that's what it is. But yeah, just Google. Google. You get
We could do some business work if you're up to.
yeah,
Not gonna lie.
if you hit me up, we'll chop it up. Thank you so much. All right. I'm not here to play This Is My Life. All right, just look up some stuff. All right, let's see who else we got. Let's get 4ZR. 4ZR in the building. 4ZR.
What's good, brother Tariq? How you
I'm
been?
good, 4ZR. What's happening with you?
Not much, just cooling, just chilling. I had a little question on the kind of figure this quote unquote white supremacist that has passed away was. Can you give me a quick recap? I just heard about him. He's been going famous lately.
Yeah, what did and what don't you know?
The wrestler. Okay, is there anything that you need to give me a heads up on? Because I'm hearing different perspectives.
No, we've already did.
Some say he was a good guy. Like for instance, Charlie Kirk. You know Charlie Kirk, that conservative guy.
Yeah, but he probably
Yeah,
yeah, right.
yeah. He sort of paint a certain image of that guy that he was a lovely, decent Christian that got baptized. And then I came here to this space, and you're presenting a different perspective. So, which one is false and which one is factual? If you
Yeah,
don't
you
mind.
can easily Google it. Hulk Hogan was an anti-black racist. He made some vile anti-black remarks. And Charlie Kirk, and of course, he'll co-sign that because Charlie Kirk basically does.
Was he working against you guys? Sorry to interject, but was he working against you guys doing the Civil War, the civil right, whatever, back in the Malcolm X and Martin Luther King days?
You in Minnesota, by the way? Are you in Minnesota?
No, Seattle.
You'll see Seattle. Okay, because you can't be this.
Yeah, I'm all over the place. I live in Turkey permanently, but I go all over the place. We have a little history to it. We don't, there's no bad blood between us. It happens.
You called before, right?
Yeah, yeah. We talked plenty.
Okay, because there's so many of you big forehead tethers. I don't be remember.
Yeah, you always revert to your
I,
old,
I don't.
old character.
I don't even believe you're in Turkey right now. I don't believe. I believe you're delivering turkey for Postmates. You're delivering a turkey.
Well, I grant you, you can believe whatever you want to believe. But to my point, Tariq, if you don't mind, I'm actually asking legit, serious question.
Yeah, now that's a dumb question. I won't even
How's that a dumb question, Tariq? Elaborate.
civil rights. Okay, you can't be that clueless.
No, was he like one of those KKK guys back in the days, in these early days?
You've been over here long enough to use Google. Now I know y'all didn't have TVs back in Somalia, but you got TVs here
Why can I not just hear from you, Tariq? Why is he? Why do we have to be adversarial? Why can we not be in a friendly settings?
because you're asking a dumb question. That's too dumb to even engage. Anyway, let me let you finish delivering that turkey sandwich. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. That's was was Hulk Hogan in the civil rights movement. I'm not about to engage in stupidity. That's too damn stupid to even entertain. All right. Let me see. Okay, I need to take some medicine. It's hard to breathe up in these damn casinos, but that cigarette smoke be tearing you up. And I'm already coming down with something, trying to fight this shit. I don't want to be at the Beyonce concert wheezing with some damn cowboy boots on. All right, let me see who we got. Let's get Swerve Pronto. Swerve Pronto. He is Caribbean. Swerve Pronto, hop on in, man.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq? Long time listener and supporter of your work.
My man.
I just wanted to come on here and say, man, the only bad thing about Hulk Hogan dying for me is that it's taking away attention from one of the greats, Malcolm Jamal Warner, who also died this week.
Right, right.
So, I just want to take the time to say, man, at the end of the day, I don't, man, Hulk Hogan, rest in power, Malcolm Jamal Warner, man. I just wanted to get that out there.
There it is. All right. Yeah, it kind of does take away from the death of our good brother Malcolm Jamal Warner. And a rest in power to brother Malcolm Jamal Warner. All right. All right, let me take one more good call. Let's get one more good call in here so I can get my rest on. What's your name, brother? I don't even know. You got a picture as your name. Karinga. Karinga. What's up, Karinga?
Hey, what's happening, big homie?
Hey, brother Karinga. How are you, sir?
Ain't nothing, man. Just wanted to stop through first and foremost. So I wanted to give you your flowers. Let you know, man. Like I said, big homie, with the utmost respect. We all listening to y'all here, the young cats.
Yes. I appreciate
All
it.
one thing I really wanted to talk about is you remember the brother not too long ago, the African dude who was talking all that kente cloth, that's their culture.
Yeah.
So in the beginning of the year, I spent about 2 months in Africa. I was in Morocco, right? Morocco isn't only an Arab country. There's a lot of West Africans out there too.
Yes.
Do you know what these folks was wearing? And I was out there wearing a thobe because I'm Muslim. I want everybody to know I'm Muslim because I'm a foreigner.
Yes.
Everybody out there was wearing. I don't. Are you familiar with the brand? It's called I think it's called Denim something, Denim Supply or something.
Oh, I'm not familiar with it.
Well, the logo is a piece of cotton, and the designer is a foundational Black American brother, right?
Wow.
And the cotton is to represent the stuff that foundational Black Americans did as far as contributing to the culture and the economy of America. It's real deep. You should check that clothing line out, man. It's real high fashion too, expensive stuff. That's what these folks was wearing in Africa. They wasn't wearing no damn kente cloths, man.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. I just wanted to let that be
Right,
known for all
party.
these folks out here talking about their kente cloth culture. Y'all was out there dressing like how our 14 to 15-year-olds dress.
Damn.
So yeah, man. Shout out to you, big homie, man. Keep on doing your thing, man.
No doubt, man. Much respect to you. Excuse me. All right, let me wrap it up, man, so that I don't get my voice hoarse and all that stuff. It's been real. I thank everybody for tuning in. And everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Everybody make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. Everybody go to rootworkstyle.com. Get that Rootwork deodorant.
Oh man. Shout outs to everybody here. I mean, I get it. I think a lot of people feel slighted because of what Hogan said, but like let's keep it a Honda. Now, there's some other stuff that I wanted to get to on today's show, like uh like this interview here. Hold on. Shit.
Providers or escorts, if you want to call them, that was heavily.
We're gonna get to this interview on the next show. Hold on.
Clayton Howard, happy to have you
I'm glad everybody kind of dialing
on the
down on
platform,
the
my
Diddy
guy.
case.
Thank you very much, brother. It's a pleasure to be here.
For the people that's not familiar with you, introduce yourself to the people.
Well, I'm Clayton Howard. Unfortunately, I am one of the male providers or escorts, if you want to call them, that was heavily mixed up in the Diddy and Cassie matter.
All right, so we're gonna do this one later on today. All right, what's going on, T? Uh-huh. Yeah. Right. Showing respect doesn't take away from the other. Right. 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 I did a thumbnail on he said most Africans started wearing Western clothing in the 90s. Yeah. Yeah, recipes to Farrah Fawcett too. Also, we're gonna go in on this too. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. There's always some weird nigga that they blaming when the whole time she's dating women. All right, so yeah, we go, bro. Party, bro. I was listening to a little bit of that shit. I said, "Oh yeah, we doing a show on this." Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hold on. Absolutely, I got a treat lined up for you guys. All right, y'all just sit tight. It's just a lot of work to get done, and then plus, we still got movie night. You know, I'm waiting for you guys. Waiting for War Master also too to come through because I want him to be there for the Chemical Ali movie because he recommended it, and we still got Link's recommendation on deck, and we're also gonna be watching Bayer Grylls, where the men on one island and the women on another island. What link is this? Chaos. I got y'all know I gotta go through hell a little bit to click y'all links and stuff. I can't necessarily click the links where I'm at. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be trying to run a whole show. Hold on 1 second. Let's get into
When
it.
most
It's Player
people think
Talk
of
Radio.
Hulk
I got you
Hogan,
guys.
they see the legend, the red and yellow, the ripped shirt, the flexing. The crowd loses their minds while he preaches about saying your prayers and taking your vitamins. For an entire generation, he was wrestling, a living, breathing superhero in boots and a bandana. But that's just one version of Hulk Hogan. The strange thing is, Hogan wasn't just playing a character. He believed in
Oh, okay, I got you,
Hulkamania. He sold
Chaos.
it so well because on some level, he bought into it himself. That's what made him electric. He wasn't acting like the biggest deal in the world. He genuinely thought he was. And maybe that's why, when the cameras turned off, he still expected to be the center of the show. Behind the curtain, away
I
from the
got you, Chaos.
cameras and the cheers, there was a
I just
very
gotta go
different
through
Hogan,
different
one that
measures.
fans rarely saw, but wrestlers never forgot. Most fans remember Hulk Hogan as the ultimate good guy with cheers and catchphrases, but not everyone who stood across from him saw a hero. In January 2025, Netflix threw a big party for the debut of Monday Night Raw on their platform. Lights, cameras, and legends everywhere. Out walks Hulk Hogan, promoting his new American beer brand, expecting a hero's welcome. Instead, he gets booed, loud and clear. This wasn't just internet backlash. This was years of resentment boiling over in real time. A few days later, The Undertaker got asked about it on his 6 Feet Under podcast. Did he feel bad for Hogan? No, he said. Just like that. Then he added, I have feelings for people, but sometimes, in life, things come back. Then he made it plain. He was the face of America, bigger than life. But then, he gets caught saying racist things on tape. In today's world, you think people are just gonna forget that? And the detail that hit hardest? Taker said when he saw Hogan afterward. The guy was acting like nothing happened. He was no-selling it and pushing his beer. That word, no-selling hits, are different coming from The Undertaker. It's wrestling lingo for pretending something didn't happen. He didn't have to say much more. You could tell whatever happened between those two never really got buried. And to understand why, you've got to go all the
Yeah, he kind of did do Hogan dirty. So look, he up here fighting a Samoan dude.
way back to 1991.
He had on cowboy
Survivor
boots, which is
Series,
crazy.
November 27th. The Undertaker is still new to the WWE, just a year in, but that night, he's booked to beat Hulk Hogan and win his first WWE title. Backstage, right before the match, Hogan pulls Taker aside and tells him that his neck's been bothering him. The Hulkster says he's nervous about taking the Tombstone pile driver. Taker, just 24, still earning his stripes, gives him his word. Hulk, believe me, I'll protect you. I pride myself on not hurting people. The match starts.
Shout outs to Mama Party, aka Fresh Misses in the freshest missus in the class. You get
Ric
it?
Flair
Let's go.
interferes. Taker delivers the tombstone. 1, 2, 3. The crowd stunned, and The Undertaker's the new champion. But the second Taker drops to his knees for the move. He hears Hogan whisper,
Yeah, but I
"You
think he
got
grew
me,
up in
brother."
Florida.
And that's when the
I think he
panic
grew up
kicks
in
in.
Florida.
Hogan's flat on the
And-
mat, playing it like he's seriously hurt. EMTs rush in. Hogan's telling people to call his wife. Total chaos. Taker was wrecked. The dead man thought he just ended Hulk Hogan's career. And, understandably so, he also thought he might have ended his own because of it. He later recalled the moment saying, "I was mortified. I thought I blew the biggest opportunity of my life." But within days, the truth started leaking out. Guys backstage started telling Taker, "We watched the tape. Hogan's head never touched the mat." Shane McMahon confirmed it too.
Never
The
hit
move
the
was
mat.
clean. Hogan wasn't hurt at all. So Taker confronts him and straight up asks him what happened. Hogan, ever so honest, says, "Well, brother, you had me so tight I couldn't move. That's what jammed my neck." No apology, no ownership. Taker saw right through it. At that point, I knew what he was all about. That moment never left him. Because to Taker, Hogan hadn't just exaggerated. He'd sold a fake injury, tanked Taker's credibility, and then doubled down on it. Not to protect the business, but to protect his spot. And that's what stings about this moment. It wasn't just that Hogan faked being hurt. It was that he used Undertaker's professionalism against him. Taker was young, respectful, trying to do right by the business. Hogan saw that and played it, which raises the question, did he do that because he felt threatened, or because that's just how he kept control? And over the years, that pattern kept repeating. Quiet stories, subtle moves, Hogan looking out for Hogan. So when people say, why do wrestlers resent Hulk Hogan? This story is the blueprint. Because behind the catchphrases and the brother talk was a guy who made sure the spotlight always landed on him. And when it didn't, he'd do whatever it took to get it back. By the early 2000s, Undertaker was the guy. He was the locker room leader, the one everyone respected. He had deep bonds with guys like Shawn Michaels, Steve Austin, Mick Foley, but he kept his distance from Hogan.
And remember too, because Shawn Michaels carried the WWE for a good minute too. Shawn Michaels definitely carried the WWE for a good minute. They had to give the belt back to Shawn Michaels from Bret Hart. All right.
And he made no secret of it. I was never overly friendly. I'd say hello, I'd be respectful, but after that Tuesday in Texas, my radar was always up. That line says everything. A constant, quiet distrust. And in wrestling, that kind of silence is louder than words. Because The Undertaker wasn't about headlines.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say too, Raven. I'm like, you can't. Could you really blame Hogan? If Vince didn't like you and stuff like that, and people didn't like you, they would get put over you the whole time. Look how much guys right now, right, that should have been champions. Rob Van Dam should have been champion. Guys that didn't get a push. Shelton Benjamin. Shawn Michaels did bury a lot of people. Andre was racist. We got a lot of stuff to talk about, man. Definitely, y'all hit the like button. Please support the show so we can definitely get into all of that content. And also, too, I got to see how it works. I plan on watching wrestling with you guys over on Rumble. All right? So make sure you guys join the Rumble. Let me know if y'all want the link. I got you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal.
He was about
Let's get
respect,
it.
protecting your opponent, and doing business the right way, even if it meant working hurt. Hogan, on the other hand, only
Remember when the great Khali came in and he was supposed to replace the Big Show?
he protected
See how that
himself.
worked.
He was the show, the name on the marquee, and when it came time to pass the torch, he'd tighten his grip. And that's why, even now, all these years later, The Undertaker still keeps Hogan at arm's length. This wasn't a one-time misunderstanding. It was a blueprint, a quiet warning about who Hogan really was. Because in locker rooms all across the country, Hogan wasn't the hero. He was the politician, the guy working angles behind the scenes to protect his spot, no matter who got stepped on in the process. And that's why so many wrestlers, some legends in their own right, couldn't stand Hulk Hogan. Not out of jealousy, not because he was the top guy, but because of
They call it Sasha Banks,
how he
Sasha
used
Hogan.
that position to control the game from the shadows. Let's rewind to the 80s, when Hulkamania was exploding. Vince McMahon is turning professional wrestling into a global empire, and Hogan's the face of it all. To his credit, he sold tickets like nobody else. But with that spotlight came power, and Hogan knew exactly how to use it. One of the first warning signs was the union incident. Jesse Ventura, who worked alongside Hogan during the boom years, once revealed he tried to start a wrestlers' union. After doing Predator and joining the Screen Actors Guild, Ventura looked around and thought, hold on, wrestlers are destroying their bodies out here. No insurance, no retirement, no safety net. We need protection. So he started floating the idea quietly, feeling it out in the locker room, getting support. Then suddenly, Vince McMahon calls him in.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, Degenerate. If Hogan didn't beat them to it, they would have beat Hogan to it. You know what I'm saying? It was a dog eat dog world. They get to call Hogan a bigot and all this other stuff because guess what? Hogan beat them to it. So we'll never know. They get to point at him and look at him and say, see, he's bad. Yeah, they said Dusty Rhodes was a little bit, more, funky, but who knows, man. It was dog eat dog. I'm not gonna lie, Undertaker wasn't the one to screw over though, because he was real talent, real raw talent. For his size, I'm telling you, the Undertaker, very athletic. Even Kane was very athletic. When I seen them run and jump over the actual top rope, shit. Yeah, I used to like Bam Bam Bigelow and the Boss Man. Yo, you know who could have got a push too? Steve Blackman. Let's go.
Shuts
Please
it
hit the
down
like
and
button.
kills
Let's
the
go.
idea on the spot. Why? According to Ventura, it was Hogan who snitched. Years later, under oath during a lawsuit, Vince admitted it. Hogan was the one who told him Jesse was trying to unionize. That wasn't just a betrayal, it was a power play. Hogan had the most to lose if the boys banded together. And from that point on, it was clear. This wasn't a guy fighting for the locker room. This was a guy protecting himself, and that instinct only got stronger.
A lot of the white wrestlers were considered white trash, though, because a lot of them, quote unquote, came from the trailer park. Yeah, Undertaker was quick as fuck. Undertaker was fucking fast, and he used to wrestle with them gloves
When
on.
Hogan jumped to WCW in 1994, he didn't just bring star power, he brought a contract loaded with perks. One clause in particular changed everything: creative control. In simple terms, it meant Hogan could say no to anything. Match results, storylines, finishes. If he didn't like it, it wouldn't happen. And in a business where booking is everything, that's like giving a player the right to rewrite the playbook in the middle of the game, and he used it a lot. Right out the gate, Hogan booked himself strong. His first WCW title run lasted 469 days, the longest in company history, and while he held that belt, younger talent trying to break through got stuck spinning their wheels. Then came the NWO. The Hollywood Hogan era was a creative rebirth, but it also locked the door
Yeah, I saw
behind him.
that.
As the centerpiece of the hottest faction in wrestling, Hogan decided who got close to the spotlight. If he liked you, maybe you got a rub. If not, you weren't getting near the top. People would ask, didn't Hogan put anyone over? And he had his rehearsed answer. On Twitter, when a fan accused him of holding people down, Hogan clapped back with, "Who did I forget to put over, brother, LOL." Then he Goldberg and Lex Luger. Sure, he lost to them, but those L's came with strings, run-ins, distractions, overbooked chaos.
I don't know. I think you know what it is, party. I think because all of that stuff would be considered taboo. You know, all of that stuff would have been considered taboo. I didn't expect to lose Sabu and Hogan in the same year, though. All of those guys, Iron Sheik, Sabu, Andre the Giant, they all were racial caricatures. But they followed like even now with the Simones, it's representation. Yeah, Bigelow was also considered white trash, but he's like a motorcycle guy. You know, never been on a motorcycle. And Boss Man was considered white trash too. Yeah. Then you had your Ravens, you had your Al Snows, 1, 2, 3 Kids. Hell, Bret Hart was considered white trash. You know? Yeah, Sabu was a legend. Rest in peace to him. He recently passed. What's going on, D Nation? Y'all please hit the like button on the way in. Let me know if you guys are enjoying the show. 4 hours and 18 minutes into the
Hogan
madness.
took
Let's
the
get it.
pin but never really gave up his throne, and when fans brought up guys like Bret Hart or CM Punk, people Hogan either dodged or dismissed. He didn't hold back. On Punk,
CM Punk is
he
considered white
tweeted he was
trash.
still in junior high. About Bret, he said, "His era hadn't started yet, brother. That attitude is what drives people nuts. The idea that if you weren't pulling Hulk Hogan level numbers, you didn't matter. That drawing power gave him a free pass to bury rising stars, tweak finishes, or rewrite entire angles to keep the spotlight where he wanted it." To a lot of wrestlers, Hogan wasn't just a backstage player, he was the game, and WCW gave him the perfect arena to play it. This wasn't just about ducking clean losses, it was about controlling momentum, deciding who was allowed to get hot. Look at Diamond Dallas Page. DDP was white hot.
And then I gotta keep it 100 with you. Wrestlers had a certain look. Stone Cold looked like that back in the days. Triple H looked like that back in the day. You had to at least be blonde. Steve Austin is absolutely considered white trash. It's so bad it's good.
In the late 90s, the crowd was behind him and he felt like the next big thing. But when he stepped into a feud with Hogan,
Oh yeah, DDP should have been got put on. They did DDP dirty when he got, and DDP the only one checking up on Lex Luger and Hogan and a lot of those dudes. They did DDP dirty when he got to the WWE.
every match was bogged down with interference and nonsense. A clean win was simply off the table. Then there's Booker T, a guy who had all the tools to be a top star earlier than he was. But with Hogan and the NWO locking down the...
I loved Hollywood Hogan. And I'm not gonna lie, I mean, look, it made Hulk Hogan seem like he's bad, but when he did the NWO kept WCW alive. So his creative direction wasn't too bad. It's
main
just,
event scene.
hey.
He had to wait until the company was on its last legs. And the most infamous example, Starrcade 97. Sting had been built for over a year. Silent, haunting, a myth with face paint. It was supposed to be the moment. WCW's WrestleMania. Sting vs. Hogan. Hero vs. villain. A fast count from referee Nick Patrick. A restart, a clean win, and a big babyface payoff. Instead, Hogan manipulated the finish. The referee's count wasn't fast, and Hogan made sure of it. Suddenly, Sting's win looked shaky. The ending was awkward, and the energy died. Even in losing, Hogan had protected himself. Then came 2000. Bash at the beach. Hogan refuses to lose to Jeff Jarrett. Vince Russo, head writer at the time, says, "Enough." Sends Jarrett out to literally lay down. Hogan pins him, walks out furious. Fans at home had no idea what was going on. Was it real? Was it scripted? The lines were completely blurred, but behind the curtain, it was 100% real. Vince Russo comes back out and cuts a live promo, trashing Hulk Hogan for holding WCW hostage. This wasn't a storyline, this was real, and it tore the company apart. Morale tanked and the locker room split. As usual, Hulk Hogan's name was at the center of it all. Years later, guys like Kevin Nash, Chris Jericho, and Bret Hart all echoed the same thing. Hogan's need to protect himself hurt WCW far more than it helped. Bret the Hitman Hart once said, Hogan wouldn't lose to anyone who wasn't already a made guy. He never built new stars. He just protected his spot, and that's the thread that runs through it all.
But see, Hogan had to hide behind some of that kayfabe, and it didn't matter. People thought Hogan was bad, but to the audience, it was good sportsmanship. Hogan was the epitome of good sportsmanship when it comes to the audience. The audience didn't see none of it. So Hogan
didn't just look out for himself. He shaped the entire company around his comfort zone. And in doing so, he created a trail of bitterness WCW never recovered from. And maybe Hogan didn't think of it as sabotage. Maybe, to him, it was just business. In his mind, he was the draw. He was the one keeping WCW afloat. And if that meant younger talent had to wait their turn, so be it. But over time, that mindset stopped being protection and started looking like fear. Even Scott Steiner, never one to hold back, once called Hogan a cancer in WCW. He said, if Hogan wasn't on top, he wasn't happy, and if you were getting over it, he'd cut you off. Say what you want about Steiner, but when even the outspoken guys start sounding unified, there's usually fire behind that smoke. It was a turning point, not just for WCW, but for how the industry began to see star power. Hogan's dominance forced a hard lesson. Putting one guy above the system could wreck the whole show. That realization wouldn't fully take root until years later in WWE and AEW, where balancing star power with long-term booking became a survival skill. You'd think after WCW collapsed, Hogan might have taken a step back and reflected about his actions and its impact on others. Maybe he had realized that pulling strings behind the scenes didn't end well for anyone. But nope, he doubled down instead. In 2010, when Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff walked into TNA, the company was actually in a solid place. Guys like AJ Styles, Samoa Joe, and Christopher Daniels were building something fresh. The X Division was electric, the homegrown talent was finally shining, and after years of chaos, fans had a reason to believe in TNA's future. Then Hogan showed up like it was still 1997. Almost overnight, TNA started feeling like WCW light. Hogan brought in his old crew, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, the Nasty Boys, guys long past their primes, and the younger talent who built the brand simply got pushed aside. Even the six-sided ring, one of TNA's signature features, got scrapped. Why? Because Hogan didn't like it. For newer fans, and even guys like AJ Styles, that ring...
Well, it's the same thing that's going on with Jade Cargill right now. Like, I like Jade Cargill. She got the whole Storm character thing going on, but she really can't wrestle. You can literally see the kayfabe is
ring
evident
wasn't
with Jade Cargill. Like literally, you can see Naomi taking dives and splashes. Some of the female wrestlers really can't hide the kayfabe. Like Jade Cargill still needs a little bit of work. I like Jade Cargill too, but you can hear them kind of talking through each other, through the matches and stuff. Especially when she with Naomi. I didn't know Liv Morgan hurt herself, so they pushing that other girl. You said the Superstation. You heard? He said, "Oh, I know, but they were pissed by Hogan's final boss energy, yeah." And a lot of people had to oversell the, Hogan's moves. They do, but they real professional. They be getting kicked in the face. Not one black mark on their face. Then you had the TNN though. You remember TNN, Ant? Hogan was trying to stay on top of the card in the main event. That's how you make the most money. Yeah, you got to be up there. He know they would have put him over due to animosity. Undertaker's streak was legendary, but he put over a couple people at WrestleMania. You know, what's it to him? He already a
just
legend.
kidding. It gave TNA a unique identity, faster pace, more angles, a different kind of wrestling, and just like that, it was gone. The stories shifted, the spotlight moved. Suddenly, it wasn't about building the next generation, it was about replaying the Monday Night Wars with less heat and no...
Yeah, that leg drop was mid. I seen Rikishi leg drop a nigga. I'm like, yeah, that motherfucker hurt. I seen Yokozuna leg drop people. That is a motherfucker hurt. I don't know what would have been Hulk Hogan's finisher. I think Hulk Hogan's like one of those wrestlers. He should have had like not like a suplex finisher, or he could have just started doing the same suplex that he did on Andre the Giant. Apparently, if it's good enough to take down the Giant, that could have been his end. But I mean, the leg drop is the perfect finisher for old nigga. But he could, yeah. The pedigree was good. The Unprettier is underrated. Hogan could have done like a Boston Crab or something. You know, I'm not gonna lie. The Diamond Cutter was a crazy finisher. They did DDP dirty. Yeah. Shout outs to my brothers in the building. If you guys could please do me a huge favor, please hit the Cash App and support the show. Let's keep it going. It's Player Talk Radio. If you guys are enjoying the show, please support
Momentum.
the
One of the
show. Let's
clearest
get it.
examples of this was Bobby Roode. In 2011, Roode was ready. He had the build, the crowd, and the storyline. Bound for Glory was set up to be his big moment, but according to reports, Hulk Hogan stepped in and said Roode wasn't ready. So they gave the win to Kurt Angle, and Bobby Roode's moment disappeared just like that. Kurt Angle was a
Oh,
legit
see, I didn't
Olympic
know
gold
that.
medalist turned wrestling machine, a Hall of Famer, no doubt. But by
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. He's too stiff. So I guess like the leg drop was like perfect for him. You know, especially at the Steiner recliner. Yeah, especially at like the end of a match. Yeah, just do a little leg drop after a kick. Then you got Perry Saturn. I used to love Perry Saturn. The Rings of Saturn was a crazy move. And then you had Conan, he had the Tequila Sunrise. Somebody needs to do the octopus or the Taz mission. These moves need to get passed down. You had Lex Luger, he had the torture rack. The torture rack is a crazy move.
2011, the
But
point
let's get
wasn't
it.
to crown him again. It was supposed to be Roode's
Yeah,
arrival,
the
the
perfect
passing of the
flex.
torch. A few years earlier, Samoa Joe had his own momentum killed. After finally beating Kurt Angle for the title in 2008, Joe's run got buried under confusing booking.
Yeah, ECW don't get the credit that they need.
And not long after,
Deserve.
Hogan arrived and the focus shifted. Joe faded to the background while Hogan and his circle soaked up the spotlight. Even CM Punk, who had a short run in TNA before WWE, hinted that Hogan's presence made the environment cold for young talent. The message was clear. If you weren't one of the old guards, don't expect a fair shake. And just like in WC,
Oh my God, truth only. Oh my God, if you pass 12 watching wrestling, you must eat paint chips. No, look, truth only. It's the females that's holding it down now. It's the women that's holding it down now. Yeah, Tess was underrated. Taz was underrated. You got to watch wrestling for the women now. Truth only. Good to have you back. Hold on. Is this a new page? Hold on. Make sure I give you a wrench. Hold on, man. Not paint chips though. Nah, the female wrestlers are the ones that's doing it. I don't even watch it for the guys. I saw Seth Rollins crank his knee. I was like, oof. I watch wrestling because of the women. The women are holding the women are keeping the sport alive
EW,
right
the
now.
results followed. Ratings dropped and the fans tuned out. TNA, once full of promise, started chasing a past that had already moved on, and Hogan's fingerprints were all over it, again. TNA could have been the future,
Right,
but
and
under Hogan's control, it became a retirement home for the past. But if backstage politics made people wary of working with him, what came next made most people lose all respect they had left for him. In 2015, everything collapsed. During a legal battle with Gawker over a leaked sex tape, audio surfaced of Hogan using the N-word repeatedly while ranting about the man his daughter was dating. It wasn't subtle and it wasn't out of context. It was blatant and ugly. Hogan said he didn't know he was being recorded. He blamed it on how he was raised and claimed he was upset and didn't mean it. On TV, he asked for forgiveness, saying, "I'm a nice guy. I don't have a racist bone in my body." But for a lot of wrestlers, especially black talent who grew up idolizing him, that wasn't just disappointing. It was devastating. Hogan had spent decades branding himself as the all-American hero, the guy who stood for kids, unity, decency. So when that tape came out, it wasn't just a scandal, it was a complete unraveling. People weren't angry because he slipped up. They were angry because they'd believed in someone who wasn't real.
Man, people are mad that he couldn't really live up to his larger than life character outside of the ring. as if he don't get tired too. I would hate to be like an all American hero because that means that you take it all in. Not too many people that can take it all in like that. And brother was a pop word. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
WWE responded fast. They whipped him from their site, pulled his merch, and yanked him from the Hall of Fame. No press tour, no wait and see. He was just gone. Backstage, the locker room was split.
Yeah, Travis Scott fucked that up. He got his promo and then he left. So they're pushing. I heard they're pushing. What's that dude's name? That fat dude. I forgot. They're pushing him now. Yeah, ECW was awesome.
But something was different now. The industry Hogan once ruled had changed. The days of top guys being untouchable were over. Wrestlers were speaking up more about race, respect, and accountability. What might have been brushed under the rug in the 80s was now front and center. And Hogan? He wasn't built for that era. Some old school names defended him, but many, especially younger wrestlers and wrestlers of color, didn't want to hear it. New Day, one of WWE's most popular modern acts, made their stance loud and clear. In a 2018 interview, they said they'd find it difficult to welcome Hogan back after the things he said. Xavier Woods added, "We're all about inclusion. If you're not, that's a problem." The Hogan they grew up loving was gone. He had been replaced by a man who talked about forgiveness, but never really took responsibility for what he said or why it mattered. Years later, WWE tried to bring him back quietly. They reinstated him into the Hall of Fame and gave him a few cameo spots. But it wasn't a hero's return by any means. It was just awkward. Reports said some wrestlers refused to meet with him. Others listened politely and walked away. The vibe backstage was clear. Some wounds don't heal just because PR says the storm has passed. By 2022, when Hogan returned to Raw, the crowd reaction said it all. A few cheers and a lot of boos. The magic was gone. And more importantly, the locker room had changed. Wrestling had changed. It wasn't the 80s anymore. It wasn't about one man clinging to the top forever. The new culture was about collaboration, diversity, and lifting each other up, not holding each other down. That's where Hogan's image doesn't fit anymore, because throughout his career, the Hulkster didn't just leave behind sold-out arenas and big buy rates. He left a trail of fractured relationships and burned bridges. Wrestlers who once admired him then learned better. Kofi Kingston once said in an interview that Hogan never really connected with him backstage. It always felt like he was on a different wavelength, like the old guard had a wall up. He didn't trash Hogan outright, but the message was clear. Respect isn't just given based on legacy. Even the Ultimate Warrior, one of the few guys Hogan did lay down for at WrestleMania 6, later called him a two-faced coward. They teamed up and feuded again in WCW, but off camera the tension never really faded. If you didn't play Hogan's game, you didn't last in his orbit. Even Jim Ross, one of wrestling's most respected voices, once said Hogan's 2005 return
Can't can't take someone saying words. They going. They going. I'm just saying, man. Definitely got to separate the man from the gimmick, you know?
fell apart because
Right,
the
Christy?
politics got too heavy. He added, "He got old, and enough was enough." A lot of talent felt like they were being sacrificed at Hogan's expense. And that's the real story of Hulk Hogan's legacy. He helped take professional wrestling to heights it had never seen before. He filled out arenas and sold millions of pay-per-views. The Hulkster created moments that will live forever, but he also slowed down change.
Yeah, Ultimate Warrior was
He
racist
blocked
too.
rising stars and turned companies into platforms for himself. and only himself. And as wrestling evolved into a more collaborative, team-driven industry, Hogan's lone wolf, spotlight hoarding mentality started to look like a relic. What once made him powerful was now outdated. Today's top stars are expected to elevate others, not sideline them. To pass the torch, not protect it. And that shift exposed everything Hogan never adapted to. He could be electric on screen, but behind the scenes, the cost was high. From killing a union that could have protected generations of pro wrestlers, to refusing to lose clean in WCW and TNA, to alienating the locker room with a racism scandal that shattered his image, Hogan always protected one thing above all else.
Himself. If you look at it from where Hogan is at, he defended himself.
All right, we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked what the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay? Okay? Oh.
All right. Hogan said he going where the money resides. Hogan said he's going where the money resides. He wasn't going to let nobody overdo him. He said he going straight where the money resides. Can't wait to see it, Auntie. Make sure y'all subscribe to Auntie's channel. I mean, listen, I guess it's the standpoint where you guys look at it. Because Hogan could be considered a genius. Or he probably fucked over some of your favorite wrestlers. He probably fucked over some of your favorite wrestlers, y'all. Can't even lie. Can't even lie. Oh, you got me, brother.
Himself. And in the end, that's what made the illusion collapse. Because the guy who told us to say our prayers.
And you know, a lot of people were scared then too because Austin got hurt with the pile driver, so it made it seem like the Undertaker didn't do good business.
And take our vitamins, he was just playing a role. The real Hulk Hogan came out when the camera stopped rolling. And once the fans and guys backstage saw that version, there was no unseeing it. And maybe that's the truth that cuts deepest. Hulk Hogan wasn't a villain in the ring, but behind the curtain, he was always working, always protecting the gimmick. The irony, the one person he never really put over was himself.
All right, that's a nice line right there. That's a nice line right there. Shout outs to everybody. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something.
Guns that I jam with, six, so you quick to leave your brains like some manwich. You can't stand the way I'm spitting these flows. You would think I drive a business when I'm whipping these O's. Whoa, who you know with cocaine, smarter, all butter, no cuts like a first date barber. Problem, somebody better solve me quick. Pray every day, life I'm living foul as shit. I'm from a hood where it all go down. If your guns clap, Mike in his comeback, all with 4 pounds. Bring your boys round, get a clip in his face. Run in his crib, lift his rug up, get in the safe. And if you want it, I'll put the semi to his wigs. I ain't him up and watch Rap City in his crib. I'm a gangster. How you want it? What you want? Your son gon' die if he open up his lunchbox. If it's beef, you ain't clapping this guy. If it's beef, shells spray like it's African pride. Why? Cause the A's the team that stay with cream. Put shells on your face like it's Maybelline. It's the kid that I'm
A to the SK, about to like an essay. Put you in the coffin, no wheelchair, you need x-rays. Spinal cord broken up, the AKR broken down, the trails on the L, look how the spokes just go around. Best in the white tee making me look diesel.
It's the kid that I ball with green in my shotgun, making blood run like Maurice Green. And it always seems that cats wanna get their brains blown on all of their team. If it's beef, then the chroma split you, and I'ma put your face on the wall like diploma pictures. It's the kid with the dough extensions.
All right, my bad. My my screen bad. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, my bad. My screen is glitching out bad. Please hit the like show. I need to replace this equipment as fast as possible. My screen is glitching out bad. Yeah, I gotta hug my router. He said, tie him up and watch Rap City in his crib. Problem. Somebody better solve me quick. Oh, gosh. Hold on. All right, please hit the like button. What's going on, third ward? Give me 1 second. Damn, my thing glitching out bad, y'all.
Richard Belzer's body collapses lifelessly to the ground. His head thuds against the stage of the television studio. A shocked murmur rises from the audience. Towering over Belzer is
Give me 1 second. I have to go look for it. My screen is glitching out real bad right now.
the hulking star of the World Wrestling Federation, Hulk Hogan. He watches as a pool of blood forms around the host's head, staining the studio's glossy black floor a deep dark red. Hogan gives Belzer a couple of light slaps on the cheek before he regains consciousness. Just days before his big match at the inaugural WrestleMania, Hulk Hogan had almost doomed the WWF's gigantic show before its debut. Even today, Hogan remains one of the biggest stars in wrestling history. But behind the facade of the invincible crowd favorite lies an unseemly character.
He disrespected me and my family. He's a wuss.
Do I like Hulk Hogan? No, I don't. I think he's a phony piece of shit.
Sex, drugs, violence, and legal troubles. This is the dark side of Terry Bollea, the man behind the role of Hulk Hogan. At the age of 16, the American began watching wrestling. During his high school years, he particularly admired the skills of American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. He started regularly attending wrestling shows in Tampa, Florida, where his family had lived ever since he was 2 years old. Later, WWF champion Billy Graham became his idol, especially due to his impressive physique. However, Hogan had a greater passion alongside his love for wrestling: music. For over 10 years, he tried his hand as a bassist in various rock bands during his school years. To find more time for music, he even dropped out of the University of South Florida. Parallel to his music career, he began building his muscles in the gym. In a short time, he made impressive progress.
Is the sound messing up? Oh, Lord. Can y'all hear it? Is the sound messing up? All right, hold on, y'all.
Which did not go unnoticed by those around him. After a performance in a bar, Hogan was approached about his muscular physique and received an invitation for a trial as a wrestler. But the first training session was a shock. His trainer, Japanese wrestler Hiro,
which did not go unnoticed by those around him. After a performance in a bar, Hogan was approached about his muscular physique and received an invitation for a trial as a wrestler.
Matsuda, broke his leg.
Hold on.
His trainer, Japanese wrestler Hiro.
Progress, which did not go unnoticed by those around him. After a performance in a bar, Hogan was approached about his muscular physique and received an invitation for a trial as a wrestler. But the first training session was a shock. His trainer, Japanese wrestler Hiro Matsuda, broke his leg during their first session. Hogan had to pause for over 2 months before he could step back into the ring with Matsuda. He was challenged and tormented, but improved steadily. After a year of training, he got his first match in August 1977 at a championship wrestling from Florida show. But he quickly turned his back on the league. He simply could not get along with his domineering trainer, Matsuda. Hogan paused his in-ring career and instead entered the nightlife scene. He initially worked as a bouncer at the Anchor Club and eventually became its manager. He got along well with the club's owner, and together they opened their own gym, where Hogan continued to work on his physique. But he longed to return to the ring and got another chance. His idol from earlier years, Billy Graham, secured him a job at a wrestling league in Alabama. Hogan impressed and subsequently fought in Tennessee and Georgia. His reputation preceded him. In the fall of 1979, he managed to join the World Wrestling Federation under the leadership of Vince McMahon Sr. McMahon was quickly impressed by the young American's physique and charisma and gave him the now world-famous ring name Hulk Hogan. However, his major breakthrough in the USA did not happen immediately. Simultaneously, he made a name for himself at New Japan Pro Wrestling, defeating the future WWE Hall of Famer Antonio Inoki in 1983. In December 1983, Hogan was set for a major leap. A year earlier, a new figure had entered the wrestling world map, Vincent Kennedy McMahon. He bought the World Wrestling Federation from his father and pursued an ambitious plan. He wanted to transform the WWF from a regional territory into a nationwide attraction, choosing Hulk Hogan as his flagship. Hogan returned to the World Wrestling Federation and quickly became the league's biggest fan favorite. Just a few weeks later, he won the WWF Championship in a match against the Iron Sheik. The legend of Hulkamania and his fans, the Hulkamaniacs, was born. Hogan became the anticipated audience magnet and was slated as the main attraction for the first WrestleMania in March 1985. However, a TV appearance shortly before his big match would put a dent in his hero image. A few days before their tag team match, Hogan and actor Mr. T appeared on comedian Richard Belzer's TV show Hot Properties. As part of a nationwide media tour, the WWF stars were promoting their WrestleMania match. During the show, Belzer talked about Hogan's abilities and asked him to demonstrate his best move. But Hogan tried to pacify the overzealous comedian. "I have to stick to the basics here. The floor is quite hard and I don't want to hurt you." Instead of a throw, Hogan applied a front chokehold. Within seconds, Belzer lost consciousness. Hogan dropped the limp body to the floor. The comedian hit the back of his head hard and sustained a laceration.
So look how he told the man to do this, and the man turned around and sued him. So it seemed like being shiesty back in the day wasn't even being shiesty. It was business.
He quickly lay on the studio floor in a
Backdoory vibe.
pool of his own blood. Fortunately, he regained consciousness after a few seconds and, still in shock, announced a commercial break. This incident would not go without consequences for Hogan. In the next episode of his show, Belzer replayed the clip where Hogan injured him. He repeatedly emphasized that the incident was not planned and he had no idea what was going to happen. To demonstrate the seriousness of his injury, he showed a close-up of his laceration, which required 9 stitches at the hospital.
He made me unconscious in his arm, and then he let me go. He let me drop to the floor, and I was unconscious, went to the floor, hit the back of my head, blood gushing out.
The comedian took the matter to court and sued the wrestling star for $5 million in damages. The case eventually reached the New York Supreme Court, but both parties settled out of court before a verdict was reached. Belzer received $400,000 and Hogan avoided further negative publicity. Belzer later stated that he used the money to buy a house in France. Until Belzer's death in February 2023, the two never spoke again. WrestleMania 1 was not negatively affected by Hogan's scandal. On the contrary, the event garnered even more media attention, and Hogan remained in the spotlight of the WWF. His match alongside Mr. T was the first of 7 main events Hogan would compete in during the first 8 years of WrestleMania history. In the following years, he became an international superstar. Various shows invited him as a guest. and he graced the covers of numerous prominent magazines. After over 3 years as champion, a rivalry developed before WrestleMania 3 between Hogan and the French legend Andre the Giant.
I forgot Andre was French.
The title holder achieved the unthinkable. He lifted the Giant off his feet
What's going on, Tampa?
and slammed him onto the mat. The leg drop sealed the challenger's defeat, providing fans with one of the greatest moments in wrestling history. Hogan did not lose the WWF Championship until 1989, ironically, to his arch-rival Andre. In several high-profile rivalries with Macho Man, Randy Savage, and the Ultimate Warrior, he achieved further title victories. However, in the early 1990s, Hogan was again in the media spotlight outside the ring, while also facing internal criticism.
You know, Hogan was a great person in the ring, but we didn't like his outside activities, and thought that he wasn't a very good representation or a very good model for young people to be able to be looking up to. He didn't walk the walk.
In 1991, initial reports emerged that Hogan's personal physician, Dr. George Zahorian III, in his role as a doctor for the Pennsylvania State Athletic Commission, had illegally sold steroids to several wrestlers. This practice had been illegal since 1988. Hogan was also implicated in the process, but the World Wrestling Federation's lawyers managed to avert disaster. Hogan was slated to testify in the trial against Zahorian. However, the WWF's lawyers managed to keep Hogan out of the line of fire to protect his career and reputation. A possible testimony never occurred. Instead, the defendant's attorney made a sweeping statement on the last day, openly declaring that Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan had definitely acquired steroids from his client. For Zahorian's conviction, this statement was irrelevant. The doctor was sentenced to 3 years in prison in June 1991. Hogan came under further scrutiny and tried to clear his name during an appearance on the Arsenio Hall show. There, he stated that there had been a wave of misinformation accusing him of illegal steroid use. He firmly denied the allegations of abuse.
I've trained 20 years, 2 hours a day to look like I do. But the things that I am not is I'm not a steroid abuser, and I do not use steroids.
He also explained that he had only used steroids 3 times in his career. When he tore his bicep in 1983, his doctor prescribed a medication that acted similarly to a steroid and improved healing. Despite his appearance, the allegations of steroid use in the WWF and Hogan did not subside.
I myself personally have injected Hulk Hogan with anabolic steroids.
After WrestleMania 8 in the spring of 1992, Vince McMahon pulled the plug. Hogan did not appear in the ring for almost a year and was thus taken out of the line of fire. His return to the cameras was short-lived. Just a few months after his comeback, he left the WWF to pursue his acting career. During the same period, the league began experiencing the most challenging time in its history. In 1993, Vince McMahon was put on trial in New York. The owner of the World Wrestling Federation was accused of distributing steroids to his wrestlers and forcing them to take them.
Hold on, y'all. Oh boy. All right. I feared this would happen. I'm having really bad technical difficulties right now. Fuck. Yeah, I'm having very bad technical difficulties right now. There's always something. Damn. Oh boy. Let me see. All right, hold on. Yeah, I'm following the JSO case. What's going on, LSP? Yeah, my screen is gone. My screen is blank. I use my YOLO box. Please support the show, y'all. I might have to shut down soon. This is bad. All right. This isn't good.
Thus violating the law. 11 active or former WWF wrestlers were called to testify against McMahon. Particularly notable, Hulk Hogan was also to testify against his former employer. The superstar was already under contract with the rival WCW and had entered into an intriguing deal with the prosecution. To secure his testimony, Hogan was promised full immunity regarding his own steroid offenses. McMahon's defenders feared a vendetta from Hogan, who might seek revenge on his former boss and ruin the league with damning testimony. But Hogan surprised everyone. He admitted to using steroids himself. The medications had been sent to him by mail from his personal physician, George Zahorian, who had been imprisoned for these actions. However, he exonerated his former employer, Vince McMahon. There had never been any encouragement or coercion to use steroids.
I know what was on the line there, and the problem was that they have those Vince McMahon in jail. They should have put the whole wrestling community in jail. You know, he didn't sell them. He didn't inject people. Like, he didn't do it. But I'm glad Vince McMahon survived this. Vince didn't go to jail for 17 years because of me.
On July 23, 1994, Vincent Kennedy McMahon was acquitted. After 16 hours of deliberation, the jury finally declared him not guilty. Vince embraced his lawyers. The investigators could never prove that McMahon had encouraged his wrestlers to abuse steroids. The attempt to use Hogan as a key witness failed. Had Hogan provided damning evidence against McMahon that day, it could have meant the premature end of the World Wrestling Federation. The fact that Hogan had long denied his own use of steroids was still resented by many of his colleagues, such as the Ultimate Warrior, even many years later.
To take the kind of vitamins you take the kind of vitamins that you take, Terry, you need to have a prescription. That gimmick bag you wear around your waist that you're never without, that's where you carry all your gimmicks so you can stay high all day.
Almost 30 years after the incident, former colleague Jesse Ventura still lacks understanding of Hogan's lies.
He said he never took them. That was a lie. Common laugh used to be when he used to tell the kids to say their prayers and take their vitamins. In the dressing room, we'd always laugh and say, orals or injectables, when he'd tell them to take their vitamins, because a slang term for steroids is vitamins.
Shortly after his testimony in the steroid trial, Hogan fought for the first time in a WCW ring. Against Ric Flair, he immediately won the World Heavyweight Championship. His reign lasted over a year before he controversially lost the belt at Halloween Havoc 1995. Instead of pursuing a new title, he initially joined forces with Kevin Nash and Scott Hall. They formed the New World Order and became increasingly prominent in WCW shows. In August 1996, Hogan got a chance at a title win and seized it. This was followed by more great feuds with Sting, Randy Savage, and Ric Flair, before Hogan disappeared from WCW TV shows in October 1999. The league's new creative chief, Vince Russo, asked Hogan to take a break.
All about Russo.
He returned to the ring in February of 2000. A conflict followed, revealing Hogan's opportunistic side. At Bash at the Beach, he received a match for the World Heavyweight Championship. In the production meeting, Hogan tried to use his creative influence to secure the title for himself. Russo, however, insisted on a title retention. The two sides eventually reached a compromise, allowing Hogan to win the title. After the victory, Russo delivered a planned promo against Hogan, but went overboard. He insulted him as a piece of shit and fired him. Additionally, the public first learned about a clause in Hogan's contract. This clause allowed Hulk to veto any creative decisions regarding his character. This was to be the superstar's last appearance in WCW. Hogan felt his reputation was damaged and eventually unsuccessfully sued Russo for defamation. The lawsuit was dismissed in 2002. After a successful knee surgery, Hogan returned to the World Wrestling Federation in February 2002 for a second time, being presented as a villain in his role as leader of the New World Order. A few weeks later, he made history again. He became the last undisputed WWF champion before the league changed its name to World Wrestling Entertainment in May 2002 after a lawsuit with the World Wildlife Fund. This was followed by feuds with The Undertaker, Brock Lesnar, and even Vince McMahon himself. However, Hogan was dissatisfied. Just a year after his return, McMahon terminated his contract again. Hulk ventured to Japan again, but didn't stay long there either. In 2005, he made another comeback. On the night before WrestleMania 21, Hogan received a great honor. Along with his longtime rivals Rowdy Roddy Piper and the Iron Sheik, he was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame as an active wrestler. His longtime friend Sylvester Stallone gave the speech. Hogan's last match in a WWE ring took place at SummerSlam a year later. He defeated the young Randy Orton and left the company later that year. In 2009, he joined Total Non-Stop Action Wrestling and made his debut in January 2010, but his past caught up with him. Former colleagues like Doink the Clown and the Ultimate Warrior turned their backs on him.
I don't have any respect for him. You know, I believe he's not a real person. I think everything's a facade.
You can't handle reality, and you are a pathological liar.
In 2012, a video was released showing Hulk Hogan having sex with the wife of radio host Bubba the Love Sponge. The sex was consensual. The three were good friends at the time. Hogan first learned about the existence of the video from the news. In an interview, he said he had no knowledge of the recording and had not given any consent. Bubba and his wife Heather, however, had burned the recording from their surveillance camera onto a DVD, which found its way into the public 5 years later. In October 2012, the news portal Gawker Media published a 2-minute clip of the nearly 30-minute video on their blog, Gawker. Hogan took legal action against the platform and filed a lawsuit for copyright infringement. He also demanded that the portal delete the clip. However, the court saw no conflict with the law in the publication and initially dismissed Hogan's lawsuit. This was followed by another lawsuit, this time for damages. Hogan demanded $100 million in damages from Gawker. He described that the publication of the video had not only caused him emotional harm, but it also damaged him through defamation and invasion of his privacy. Hogan was awarded a sum of $115 million in damages. Gawker appealed, but the negotiations for a lower sum couldn't save the media company. In June 2016, Gawker had to file for bankruptcy. A few months later, they settled out of court with Hogan for $31 million. Even after the trial, the video continued to haunt Hogan. In an interview, he addressed allegations that it was wrong to sleep with his friend's wife. At the time of the recording, Hogan was still in the process of divorcing his ex-wife Linda. The Hulkster acknowledged his mistakes.
Difficulties. I can't see.
I don't agree with any of the stuff I did. I mean, like I said, I can make a million excuses for it. I'm accountable. I did that. It's not fun to talk about. It's very embarrassing. It's not who I am. The only thing I can say is I pray to God that people can learn from my mistake, because I sure did.
Hogan returned to WWE in 2014 after an almost 8-year absence, taking on the role of host for WrestleMania 30. His slip-up, where he mistakenly referred to the Superdome in New Orleans as the Silverdome, continues to amuse people even today.
I'd like to welcome everyone here at the Silverdome.
Hogan made another appearance at WrestleMania 31 the following year to induct his late friend Randy Savage into the WWE Hall of Fame. During the show, he had another significant moment, briefly reviving the New World Order with Kevin Nash and Scott Hall to support Sting in his match against Triple H. As Hogan, playing air guitar, strolled towards the ring with his friends, he had no idea this would be his last WWE appearance for the next few years. In July 2015, another video from 2007 featuring Hogan and the wife of Bubba the Love Sponge was released. The clip, published by the National Enquirer, showed Hogan talking to Bubba and his wife Heather after having sex with Heather. He expressed his dissatisfaction with his daughter Brooke at the time, criticizing her struggling music career despite a $3 million investment. Hogan made racist comments about her love life, suggesting that a record deal had fallen through because Brooke had slept with the owner's son. Hogan repeatedly used the N-word, saying he would prefer it if she married an 8-foot-tall, $100 million basketball player. He made several racist remarks about Brooke's then-boyfriend, rapper Stax, repeatedly using the N-word. He also stated in the video, "I guess we're all a little racist." A few days after the first video was published, a transcript of another tape surfaced. In this one, Hogan made homophobic remarks. He told Bubba and Heather about a plan to visit his childhood home for his reality show, but when describing a large man who answered the door, Hogan used several queer-phobic slurs. The reaction to the videos was swift. World Wrestling Entertainment terminated Hogan's contract, removed all references to him from their website, took him out of the Hall of Fame, and pulled his merchandise from sale. Hogan was even removed from the WWE 2K16 video game, which was still in development at the time. In a statement, WWE left no doubt they had made the right decision. WWE is committed to embracing and celebrating individuals from all backgrounds, as demonstrated by the diversity of our employees, performers, and fans worldwide. For Hogan, the video's release was a shock. In an interview with ABC News, he searched for apologetic words, explaining that he was at a low point in his life at the time of the recording, but insisted he was not a racist.
You're a racist.
No, I'm not. I'm not a racist. I never should have said what I said.
In the video, Hogan shows a side rarely seen in front of cameras, emotional, distraught, and ashamed of his words. He repeatedly asks for forgiveness from his fans, almost begging.
That's what I'm saying. The rapper was like white. He wasn't really black.
Them. As he begins talking about his daughter, he struggles to find words, tears streaming down his face.
That's probably why his career kind of suffered. You know, the white rappers couldn't really do shit when Eminem was running around.
Hogan becomes so emotional that he has to pause the interview briefly. Many colleagues and friends also commented on Hogan, with opinions divided. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson tried to support him. "I've known Terry for a lot of years. I had not known the man to be racist." Former boxer and longtime friend George Foreman agreed. "I do not condone the language he used, but he is no racist. He is a good guy." Hogan's ties with WWE remained severed for 3 long years. It wasn't until July 15, 2018, that the company announced Hogan would be reinstated into the Hall of Fame, citing his multiple apologies and voluntary work with young people as reasons for a second chance. Wrestlers like Mark Henry, who had previously criticized Hogan harshly, viewed his return positively.
I do feel like he genuinely wants to clear his name. He sees people that used to respect him, they look at him different. And it hurts. And he brought that on himself. But he's trying his best to, clear that up.
Hogan made his first appearance after his return at Crown Jewel in Saudi Arabia a few months later, expressing his joy at being back in WWE. A year later, Hogan received a rare honor. In December 2019, WWE announced Hogan, along with Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, and Sean Waltman, would be inducted into the Hall of Fame as part of the New World Order. This made Hogan part of an elite group of wrestlers who have been inducted into the Hall of Fame twice. But Hogan's character remains controversial. He has irreparably burned many bridges with his ego.
Him. I think he thought he was the big dog and the king dog in the company, and the guy that thought he was everything in wrestling, and that everyone else was, we were all backup players to Hulk Hogan, and that's the way he saw it.
Hulk Hogan's career is impressive. He will go down in history as one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. His work created a boom that the industry still benefits from today. He became a role model for multiple generations, inspiring many young people to emulate his physique.
Well, they said it was consensual, but still.
But Hogan also has a darker side. He showed unnecessary harshness towards a host, abused steroids, and denied their use, acted opportunistically throughout his career, and used racist and homophobic language against those who couldn't fight back. For many, Hogan is the hero of their childhood, but outside the ring, he could sometimes appear as the villain.
All right.
He has gone from WWE superstar to executive vice president.
I wanted to change all that. I've always had a good relationship with Vince.
Triple H is head of creative at WWE.
I'm having technical difficulties, y'all. Yeah, I'm having. This is bad. Hold on. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. I'm having technical difficulties. I'm gonna have to see if I can fix this. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button. Thank you everybody that supported the show. Shout outs to LT Man. Thank you for sponsoring today's show. Damn. My screen is cooked. All right, guys. I'm gonna see you guys on the next one. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. If you enjoyed the show, please support the show on air, off air. You support Player Talk Radio because you care. All right. Hopefully, I got some more shows coming for you guys soon. Peace, y'all. It's Player Talk. Pray for me. My screen is cooked. I really do need some new equipment, but hey. See y'all on the next one. Peace.